welcome to Day 5 of the Silesia 2023 European Athletics Team Championships, and a big warm welcome to you from the Śląski Stadium in Chorzów in the south of Poland. Well, this is part of the third edition of the European Games, but our attention is very firmly on athletics. After Day 1 of the Division 1 of the European Athletics Team Championships, Italy lead the way. After 4 individual victories, they have a 9.5 points advantage over Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That was after 12 events, but we've got another 13 today, and all of this can change. This is a very exciting and close contest involving Europe's top 16 nations, this being the world's premier team competition between nations. Alongside me, I'm Phil Minshall, and my co-commentators Alex Sefdell and Hannah England are waiting to bring you the very best of the action over the next 4 hours. Good afternoon, Alex. Good afternoon, Hannah. What are you looking forward to?
I guess Pia Skrzydłowska in the women's 100-metre hurdle. She won a double 2 years ago inside this very Stadion Śląski over 100 metres and the hurdles as well. I think she is very much a fan's home favourite, and hopefully we'll get a loud cheer when she comes through. She'll hope first across the line.
Yes, there's the schedule coming up. As I said, we've got 13 events to be contested, and we get underway very shortly with a couple of field events, the men's hammer and men's long jump. Then there's a bit of a pause. The women's pole vault gets underway, and if you were watching yesterday, or the first 2 divisions, Division 3 and Division 2, over the course of the first 3 days from Tuesday to Thursday, you'll know that they do the pole vault in 2 parallel groups. And then we go all the way down the afternoon, finishing off with the men's and women's 4x100 metres. Hannah, your turn.
Well, I was going to say my highlight might actually be that men's 100 metres. We've got the podium teams from the European Championships in Munich last year coming back. Great Britain, Turkey aren't in this division. So we've got Great Britain and the Netherlands that picks up the bronze. It was a brilliant inspired silver for Turkey. But the Italian squad in Munich were DQ'd in the heats. Le Mans Marcel Jacobs got the job done in the individual 100. And then they almost didn't get that double glory they wanted to repeat from Tokyo. And they're a team, Italy, that are really looking to grab a hold of this team title. They're on top of the standings at the moment. That good 9.5 point buffer over Great Britain after the 12 events we had yesterday. Poland, the host nation, are going for a hat-trick of team titles here, and on home ground it would be very special, but at the moment 14 points behind Italy. That's certainly not an impossible lead to chip into. We've seen some drama in some of the other divisions as we prepared for this Division 1. And for the moment, the Czech Republic, Greece and Turkey, apologies, they are getting too many divisions in 6 days. So we will see those Turkish men in the 4x1, and it could be vital points for a nation like Turkey as they're in that relegation battle.
Well, there's the Greeks looking at them. We're going to be getting underway very shortly with the hammer. Greeks, of course, looking for good points in the hammer. They've got a very, very good competitor in there, in Mikhail Anastaskis, and of course getting underway very shortly for the Greeks, the long jump, which they're hoping is going to be a banker, at least 15 points out of the 16 nations, with Militadis Tentoglu, the man who's just won about everything. Well, we haven't had a weather report yet. It is one of the colder days of the last week. It's below about 20 degrees. I've put a sweater on for the first time. Alex and Hannah are braving it themselves, but I've got a feeling we might see a few goosebumps a bit later on. We'll wait and see. But the action is going to hot up and keep us warm. There's some of the Turkish fans and other members of the Turkish team settling down. And at the far end of the stadium, we'll see quite a lot of this. And it's very interesting in the middle distance races that we see the athletes looking up at the screen to get a sense of what's going on behind them as they're coming down the 2 straights. Now there's a man who's quite familiar, Yannick Tregaro, very, very well known, one of the leading jumps coaches in the world. But now we're going to get underway with the men's hammer. Over to you.
Well, we normally have a very nice, neat lineup, so I think they're just getting the 16 men ready to be presented properly to the camera. There they are, sauntering over, trying to play it cool. No one wants to seem too keen to get ready for the lineup. And you talk about endurance athletes looking up at the screen, but also what we're going to see a lot of athletes doing is looking at the other disciplines. We can be very intrinsic in track and field when you compete, but the European Team Championships, is a wonderful opportunity to just take a moment to notice how the rest of your team is getting on, and appreciate that matters, and let it inspire you and get a few extra points. And we've seen that happen really well across all 3 divisions so far, and it's certainly still very important to these athletes here in Division 1. We've got Olympic champions, European champions, big names here. We saw Gianmarco Tamberi cheering on in the stands yesterday, and I think we'll see similar scenes today, particularly those that finished competing yesterday. We very much expect them to be here cheering on their teammates.
Big points don't always come from the expected places. We can see Emmanuel Carolus, who was in the pole vault last night. It was the greatest ever depth in the history of these championships, with 5 men over 580, including Menno Vloon, who had a sort of bizarre straddle technique, didn't he, in the pole vault. Eventually it worked out. I think the words you used was his coach doesn't know what to say about that. And having had a look back at it, I think that was absolutely spot on. But yes, as well as great points and personal bests, you also see those all-important top 5 finishes which accumulate to help lift you up the standings.
And there's always fine margins in track and field. We've seen that here already. It was centimetres, hundredths, everything deciding between positions, and the point swing that can bring. Never mind disqualification in the other divisions. We saw disqualifications in the relays. Finishing the programme with 2 4x1s today. That brings a lot of drama as well. You can see very good teams go from perhaps expecting to score 13, 14, 15, maximum 16 points, getting 0. So there is high drama in store for you today. The first thrower we're going to have in the men's hammer competition is Romain Malingro of Belgium. He's the 6-time national champion for his country. 2018 World Junior Champion is here representing Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Jake Norris has thrown a new personal best this season, 73.43. Merlin Hummel of Germany is another age group fantastic athlete. He's picked up a silver at the European Under-20 Championships. He's now 21. You might see him in Espoo, Finland for the Under-23 Championships, but throwing as a senior here. Jan Dolezazak of the Czech Republic will throw 4th. He's a World Under-20 champion back in 2021 in Nairobi. Now this is certainly the favourite for this event, one of the hometown stars, Wojciech Nowicki of Poland, Olympic champion in Tokyo. Can't seem to get himself into a World Championship gold medal position though. His teammate Pavel Fajdak has got a stranglehold on that title. Alberto Gonzalez of Spain will be throwing 6th, and 23 European champion from a few years ago.
Let's welcome the national champion from Finland.
Aaron Kangas of Finland has a personal best just under 80 metres, 79.05. He's not quite up to that this season, but if he does, that could be big points for Finland. Giorgio Oliveira of Italy will hold the Italian hopes here. He picked up a bronze medal in the Under-20 Championships a few years ago. His teammate Sarah Fantini won the women's equivalent yesterday. Dechu Andrade of Portugal is up next. Been having a good season, extended his lifetime best to 73.77 and picked up a good 4th at the American Collegiate Championships this summer. Ragnar Karlsson is going to throw for Sweden. Under 23 bronze medalist from 2021. This is Dennis Hemelaar of the Netherlands. He's their 2-time national champion in this event. Season's best of 58.07. Halil Yilmaz of Turkey is going to throw for them today. He's 21 years old. He's thrown 73 metres 90. This is one of 3 men that are going to try and beat Wojciech Nowicki today. They've got a tough task ahead of them. Jan Chaussonard is having a good season. He picked up a bronze at the European Winter Throws competition. He's done 76.92. This guy went 1 spot better at that throwing cup in the air at Portugal. He picked up the silver medal. Thomas Mardell of Norway has got a season's best and a personal best of 77.46. Mikael Anastasiakis of Greece is the penultimate athlete. Another person that's thrown over 77 metres this season to help Greece in their battle to stay in Division 1. The final athlete is Lukas Barocki of Switzerland. The two-time national champion in this event.
16 points up for grabs for the winner, the men's hammer throw.
There is your full start list for the men's hammer throw. Wojciech Nowicki is the world leading thrower this year, 81.92. There's a whole host of men in the 77, 78 metre club that would, one, perhaps like to break that 80 metre barrier, but perhaps even more so would like to beat the Olympic champion, Wojciech Nowicki. Host nation Poland are having a good championship so far. Yesterday was okay, but they really need their stars like Wojciech Nowicki to get the job done here. Remy Malengro of Belgium is up first. Step just below the 60 metre mark. He's thrown nearly 65 metres this season. And if you haven't been keeping up with the European Team Championships, maybe you had to go to work Monday to Friday, but it's Saturday now and you couldn't think of anything better than to sit down and watch athletics all afternoon. The format for these European Team Championships, all 16 athletes are going to get 3 throws, 8 will get to rounds 4 and 5, and then we'll have a final 4 that will make the 6th round. And that was very entertaining, the women's discus yesterday. We had lots of chopping and changing there. So early stages here in the hammer, it's probably about trying to get down a mark that helps you relax, find your feet here in the competition. You're looking for something that puts you in that top 8, and then you can look to just go as far as you can through the rest of the rounds. Jake Norris won that World Under-20s 2018, and he has pushed on well. He's been competing out in the States, and that is a very nice opening throw from Jake Norris, straight over 70 metres. That's what I'm talking about. If you can stay relaxed, if you can get your warm-up properly nailed, mentally, physically, boom, come out, first throw over 70 metres. And everyone else has got to try and respond.
Absolutely, and then you can start to take risks later in the competition. But just think about it, we've just opened up this session. You know, we've come in with things nicely poised in the overall standings. Some people have seen saying, oh, I wish I could have got that one extra point. And now you see your own opportunity to maximise that. But yes, early on the competition, the crowd only focusing in on this hammer. So there's a very much, as there always is, a stage-like element to this. And these are those front and centre of view on that stage.
Oh, and I wonder whether that was a Polish broadcasting decision. They love their heavy throws here in Poland, and they would have gone, come on then, let's start the session with some hammer. Merlin Hummel, that's a good opening effort as well. Jake Norris was measured at 71.93, and Merlin Hummel, that looks like it could be just slightly under 70 metres. German athlete, just 21 years old. Put up a silver in Tallinn at the Under-20 Championships the last time they happened. They'll be happening in Jerusalem in a couple of months' time. Hummel will be too old for those. And we might go to Espoo, Finland instead, which sounds very nice as well. Dolezalek of the Czech Republic up next. Took the Under-20 junior glory in Nairobi. 2 World Junior champions have already been throwing here. Jake Norris back in 2018 was the winner. Merlin Hummel the next time around, 2021. That championships was delayed a year because of COVID. Dolezalek just brushing the netting there. We talked a bit about the discus cage over the last few days. It's very much designed to contain a discus or a hammer, make it safe, make sure it doesn't go flying off across the arena. But that's a lovely start from Dolezalek. 2 men over 70 metres, and we've only had 4 throws. It's time for Wojciech Nowicki. The Polish event presentation team love hitting the bangers when we've got a Polish athlete in the circle on the runway. It was a lot for Piotr Lisek yesterday. Wojciech Nowicki, I mentioned that brilliant gold in Tokyo. Long-standing rivalry with teammate Pavel Fidek. We've spoken about nations that might be pleased. There's only one representative from a country here, and whew, wow, over 75 metres for Wojciech Nowicki. Straight away in this first round. And I wonder if Wojciech Nowicki's enjoying a weekend away from Pavel Fidek, that he can just take all the glory for himself.
Yeah, I suppose we did say that in the women's event, that there's only one Polish athlete, so none of your teammates can beat you, and that's certainly the case in the rivalry between these two. Just look at how he uses all of the circle and maximises it, but also he's so much in command of the hammer. You certainly don't want the hammer to be in command of you, but very much the case. You don't see as much rigidity between the turns in terms of his movement of his upper body, whereas those feet are working very hard and great agility to move through the circle.
And like all great sportsmen, when they master, and sportswomen, when they master their task, it looks effortless. And Nowitzki there, and Gonzalez is a good athlete as well. 65 metres there for him. So below what he's achieved so far this season. That's why you can see a bit of a frustrated reaction there. But you could tell he's not as balanced as Wojciech Nowitzki, apart from he is perfectly in tune with hammer. He's even got one tattooed on his arm there, just to remind him and everyone else what he does with all his time, probably not even his spare time.
Yes, he won that European Under-23 title that you mentioned, and it was a personal best. So that was certainly his landmark moment of his career to date, and he actually lied on his back inside the circle, just letting it sink in. It was a great moment.
So Gonzalez, it's not a great opening effort, but we are in early stages in the men's hammer.
So now it's the long jump, and first to go will be the reigning Olympic and European champion, Miltiades Tentoglou. But it is a fantastic lineup in this event, which brings together some of the best European exponents. Here's Tentoglou, Olympic champion in Tokyo 2 summers ago, last summer winning the European title in Munich. Jumped 8:41 indoors, jumped at 8:26 outdoors so far this year. Here's Simon Ehammer, well, quite well known as well as a multi-eventer, but he holds the world decathlon best with that 8:45 in the multi-event setup, but he's a fantastic long jumper as well. Yanni Sampson, the young Belgian, 18 years of age. He's improved this year to 7:47, so almost a metre down on the likes of Ehammer and Tentoglou. Jack Roach, 7:65 this year. Simon Batts hasn't gone over 8 metres yet in his career. Spent a lot of time in the United States, but recently jumped 7:86 in Regensburg. Radek Juska. Well, this is a man who's won European Indoor Championship silver medals back in 2015 and World Indoor Championship finalist on many occasions. Matthias Jopek. Jopek. 7:95 at best 2 years ago. Hector Santos, European Under-23 Championship silver medalist in 2019 when we were in Gävle in Sweden. Christian Puli, also a very good triple jumper, European Indoor Championships bronze medalist in 2021. Now this man, there's a lot of excitement surrounding this man, Mattia Fulani, just 18 years of age. Last year jumped a European Under-18 best of 8:04 and has gone on to improve this year to 8:24 and an 8:44 windy. Ivo Tavares.
Let's welcome from Sweden the familiar face of
7:66 this year now. Tobias Montler. Montler, vastly experienced competitor, has won all sorts of medals at world and European level,
from the Netherlands,
and has jumped 8:01 this outdoor season already. Jumped that in Oslo
David Piero.
just a few weeks ago. And David Cairo,
Welcome to Poland. He's from Turkey. He's an Olympic Games finalist.
Dutchman. Nakatier, well, we saw him in the triple jump yesterday, doing very well, finished second in the triple jump. Long jump perhaps, his very second event. 22-year-old Tom Campana. The French had a lot of people to choose from, and they opted for their 2022 national indoor champion, Tom Campana. Set a personal best of 8:12 recently. And bringing up the rear, the quite well-known multi-eventer, focusing on the long jump here, Sander Skodheim, 21 years of age. We expect to see him doing the decathlon at the European Under-23 Championships next month. He has won European. He was the European indoor silver medalist in the heptathlon in March in Istanbul.
We also expect to see him in the 110 hurdles later, which is interesting because he was entered for the high jump and the sprint hurdles, but appears to have been brought into the long jump as well. So remains to be seen whether he will do 3 events.
Well, the Norwegians do have a very good long jumper, Bratseth, who's gone 8:21 this year. So I'm just assuming that Bratseth is injured. I didn't recall seeing Bratseth compete in Oslo in the long jump there, so I'm assuming that he's picked up an injury. It's go time, though. Very good long jumper on his own account. 7.74 he's improved to this year. Now here's a man who dominates every long jump competition. Surprisingly beaten at the World Championships when he did start as the favourite, but he's just about got every other honour in the book to his name. Boom! Well, that is an excellent jump. Now, as always, great technician, tight on the board. Not sure that was legal or not. We'll just wait and get the judge's confirmation. No, legal, definitely. So that's a big jump to start proceedings.
I saw a great quote from Tentoglu last summer saying he's got to protect the honour of the long jumpers and not be beaten by combined event athletes. And the last time he went against Ahammer, he lost at the Oslo Diamond League. I think it's tremendous they've got another match-up here already.
8.08 to Tentoglu to start proceedings. That's a very good jump to start with. So Ahammer responding with a valid jump.
So the men's hammer, it's the turn of Norway. So just working our way through this first round. Thomas Mardell. I mentioned he's had that good season, the silver medal at the European Throwing Cup. Looks like he's had a bit of an accident with his glasses here. That might have happened when he's been away from home. So, sure that it looks like a bit of physio tape helping him out there with his glasses. But in the early stages of the men's hammer, still Nowitzki out with the lead, 77.53. Now I've got the top 5 all over 70 metres, and that makes it 6. Thomas Mardell, 72.97. That's going to push him all the way up into second place. Oh, I was looking forward to this men's hammer, and it's very exciting already. Brilliant conditions here. We've mentioned it's cooled down by 8-9 degrees or so. It's still great weather, 19-20 degrees centigrade, but a lot more comfortable for warming up in, for staying alert mentally, feeling okay physically. Some great distances so far. As Tasakis of Greece sent that out to I think just below 70 metres. Greek athlete at this stage to get into the top 8, you want to throw 65 metres. I think Anas Tasakis will be okay with that. Mark there for the Greek athlete, 68.97. So that's 9th place at the moment. Apologies, a bit of a update there on my computer. It's much more than 65 metres for top 8 at the moment. 69.30. Halil Yilmazar. So no messing around here in the men's hammer. Lucas Bourquet of Switzerland, the final athlete here to throw in round 1. As you can see from the pictures, the wobbling camera and the audio, that hammer's gone straight into the side of the cage. Hiroki here has just drifted right over to the right hand side of the circle, as you might have expected him to go further across it to the front. That result there with the hammer in the side of the cage. That is our 3rd foul Ragnar Karlsson, Jan Schossenand and Lucas Baroki, no mark here in the opening round.
Yeah, it can sometimes take a bit of adjustment, especially if you haven't thrown in this stadium before. As we see, Malingro also needing a bit of adjustment, clearly.
It's that mixture between nerves and getting ready. I think it's what I was speaking about. If you can do a good first round effort, you can relax. And Malingro, it was a pretty modest effort in the first round. He put himself under a bit of pressure. He's down in 13th place, well below his season's best, and suddenly you're forcing it, you're trying, and it just doesn't flow.
But another thing that's happened in the past is an athlete having to use a brand new implement out of the box, so to speak, whereas their own implement might be a little more embedded in, shall we say, and they might have got to grips with it more.
Jake Norris did have a good opening effort, 71.93, put him in a very early lead, but suddenly that doesn't quite look as impressive as it did. A whole load of other men going over 70 metres as well. He's still in 4th place. I think his effort here in the second round is going to be around about the same. Great speed in the circle here. Of course, we had Sophie Hitchin for Great Britain and Northern Ireland pick up an Olympic medal in Rio. And Jake Norris is certainly one of the athletes that Great Britain are looking towards to be another really good thrower. 71.93, that adds 3 centimetres to his mark from the first round. He stays in 4th place. Merlin Hummel up next. It's up towards the 75-metre line. That's a lovely throw from Hummel. That could be enough for 2nd place. Norway's Thomas Mardell, 72.97 in the opening round. Good throwing, hey?
Yeah, and as well, it's nice to get the close-up shots of the footwork, as we've seen a few times, and particularly with Hummel's shoes, you can see that the way they are designed help complement that agile number of turns through the circle that he's doing.
73 metres 89. It's very agile, very powerful. Puts him up into 2nd place. And you're right, Alex Lefto, I do like the close up there with the footwork, because I think it's the problem when you're good at something as well, you make it look easy. I said that for Volchik, Novitsky, and relatively all of these men are making it look very easy, and that zoom in there on the technique shows fancy footwork here. Zalek, not so fancy there, just falling off, and while is going to get a red flag, I think that's from him walking out the front rather than if falling out the back doesn't cost you anything as such. You can see, no, he was over the mark, but just the very fact that he was that far off balance, and when it goes wrong you can really see it.
Yeah. So back to the long jump, Hector Santos, no change at the top, still being led by Miltiades Tentoglu at 8.08. Red flag for the very good Spaniard, looking for some good points from the Spaniard. The Spanish are celebrating Daniel Arce's win in the 3,000 metre steeplechase yesterday. Just looking at some of the Spanish athletics websites this morning. Well, they're looking for a top 6 finish, but of course they will be the hosts of the European Athletics Team Championships in 2 years' time, so looking for a big confidence boost ahead of going to Madrid in 2025.
Yeah, Poland's had a great stint hosting these championships, Bydgoszcz and then Silesia, 2 editions in a row.
So after Santos, it's Christian Pulli. Pulli, good fin. Finished number 1 jumper for a number of years. Was that a red flag? From the expression on his face, it might well have been. But as Hannah mentioned, with the horizontal jumps and the throws in this European Team Championships, all 16 jumpers and throwers do get 3 attempts, and then the best 8 go forward to the 4th and 5th rounds, and the best 4 then onwards to the 6th round. So Pulli joins quite a lot of men who have got the red flag with their first attempts. Now, this is a man who we talked about when the long jumpers were being presented. He won both the high jump and the long jump at the European Under-18 Championships in Jerusalem last summer. What a talent, Mattia Folani. And look at that. That looks as though it's very close to the 8 metre mark. And his technique has certainly improved since last summer. I've seen a couple of his jumps, including a fantastic 844 in Italy, a wind-assisted jump on social media. His technique has improved immeasurably, and so have the distances been improving as well. There's his mum. I think I saw his sister Erica, who's an international high jumper, in there yesterday as well. Maybe she'll be going tomorrow. Haven't checked the start list. So Folani moves up into second place with 7.75 and carries on what has been so far a very good championships for Italy. Ivo Tavares of Portugal. Not too bad. 7.50-ish. Tavares has an 8.05 to his name from 4 years ago, just before the pandemic. 7.66 this year. He's won national indoor and outdoor titles. $7.31 for Tavares. So, Thomas Montler. Montler not having quite the best of his seasons, but he's a very effective performer. Always seems to be able to pull out a good performance on the biggest stage, the Swede. World Indoor Championships silver medalist last year. That would have been an 8 metre jump, but I think it might get a red flag. It's difficult to tell from that angle. So Thomas Mont there, not short of support. Given the wide flag, it was very close, I think, but 7.82 takes him up into second place. There's his coach, Yannick Tregaro. Very familiar figure around the horizontal jumps pits. David Cairo. Cairo, reigning Dutch indoor champion, has improved this year. 7.58, just 21 years of age. So, still learning his trade a little bit. Now that's interesting. Very close indeed to the plasticine. Curious to see whether that will be marked as a red or a white flag, or rather a red or green indicator as we're seeing on the screen. I think they're looking at it, they're taking their time, but it is given as a valid jump, 7.63. So that's a personal best for Cairo. Nicatier. No, that's a foul. So far over the board there, he was halfway to the Czech border.
Back with Dennis Hemelaar of the Netherlands. He's in 13th place, 57.89, and that's straight into the net. And we've had a few fouls here in the second round. Detecio Andrade of Portugal. Dodo Zalek of the Czech Republic. Henry Malingro opened up this second round with a foul. And that's going to be no improvement for Dennis Hemmelar. He stays in 12th place. He's gone 76-28, Hemmelar, so he's very, very capable of putting himself in the top 8 here, but he's going to be under pressure. Just one final effort left to do it. Adil Yilmazar of Turkey, he's got another 4 metres or so with his personal best, his season's best and personal best. If he can find it, stays in the circle just. There was a bit of a hand raised from the official. Yeah, red flag for Yilmazar. In the back of the circle, it looked hopeful, like he might have stayed in. See just that toe there on his right foot, edging over the edge of the circle, and that will be a foul. And it's gone wide anyway, so a double foul. But it just counts for 1 round. He doesn't lose 2 rounds. 9th at the moment. You can see the fine margins there between Yilmazar and Carlsen as they're trying to get up into the top 8. Jan Schussenand on paper should very much be in this top 8. Foul in the first round. And the Frenchman put it together here, very close to the edge. He goes pan down. That's it. Another foul for Schussenand. It's a good throw as well. That replay.
There you can see, look at this, just about keeping it under control, and the thought was all okay, but then just feet lost contact with the ground.
That's kind of like for a normal person, that's like when you knock over a glass of water or knock it off the side, isn't it? You think you've got it, you haven't got it in the last minute. It doesn't. It bounces on your foot and then smashes, and it's
the proverbial hot potato.
Yes, Schussenand is very close to a valid good throw there.
So back to the long jump. Do you go through a lot of crockery, you two?
You don't want to know, Phil.
You probably don't. Sander Skogheim debating his long jump prowess with one of the officials.
He's probably asking if they can add in some extra events so that he can complete a full decathlon and get more points for Norway. Not quite sure what these discussions are about, but yes, he certainly has come in for Brattstedt Kittelsen, and might have some involvement in the relays possibly too, but we think at least 3 events.
Now, I think that was also what the discussion was going on there about whether he could actually go off and leave the long jump field of play. He got a distance of 7.67, which ranks him currently equal 4th after the first round. Well, here's the man who's very much in first place at the moment. That's the Greek triple jumper who was in action yesterday, Dimitrios Tsianis. I think acting as a spotter for him. I do know that they do train together. So Tentoglou looking very focused. Solid first round effort, but there's no doubt at all he can go much, much further. I think that's a red flag. I mean, it was a jump of around 8.20, but I think he's going to get the... Yes, there we go. There's the red flag for that. By quite some margin. I think there might be some discussion. He was flying down the run-up, though. That's his coach, looking very animated.
Tsianis as well, who was 3rd in the triple jump, who Tentoglou had watched, so returning the favour.
Yes, as I say, I do believe they are training partners. And there's the coach to both of them, whose name just escapes me at the moment. I'm sure I could look it up.
You could, but Alex will probably look it up faster. I was going to say, do we know, Phil, what the wind's doing down there? That was a big overstep by Tentoglou. We'll see how Ahammer gets on, but could that be causing problems with the run-up as well?
Well, I've been noticing it. Everything that we've seen has been valid so far. I think it might be gusting very slightly, but it's not very strong, that's for sure. But that was spot on from Ahammer. After his 7.67 in the first round. Might well be a bit better. Gives himself a little applause. 7.95 And since we were talking about the wind, that was a 0.6 metres per second wind. As I say, just very, very gently swirling down there, but it shouldn't affect them too much.
Not to the extent that we saw over Tentoglou. No, he'd be very used to those sort of conditions.
I think so. The man of his experience will just make some adjustments. So it's Samson, the Belgian. Solid on the board with a bit to spare. A foul in the first round, so looking to get a valid jump in. I don't think there's high expectations of a lot of points from Samson, but anything that you can deliver for Belgium, gratefully received. Belgium, after the first day, down in 13th place, just one above the relegation zone. So 7.24 for Samson. Jack Roach for Great Britain. Roach also had a foul in the first round. Britain, of course, second at the moment. Didn't have a win on the first day. And honours were spread very evenly. Italy taking 4 wins and Netherlands 2. To the 12 events, that was spread between 8 different countries. Samson looking at very intent. I'd say Roach rather. Roach. At the moment with Great Britain, Northern Ireland struggling for a long jumper of great renown. Only 7.65 to his name this season. That's not bad in comparison. 7.60 jump.
Femi Akinsanya, they're coaching. I guess it's only because of the history of Greg Rutherford.
Well, yes. I seem to remember Chris Tomlinson also winning a few European Cup events as they were back in the 2000s, before the advent of the European Team Championships. And whilst it was a bit before my time, a shout out to Lynn Davis, who won the famous 1964 European title a couple of years later, Olympic title.
Don Zalek of the Czech Republic in 8th place at the moment, so as it stands he would get a further 2 rounds. I was going to say, but it's close though. You've got athletes still to throw to their potential in the places out below Dola Zalek, and he certainly would have wanted to cement his position here in the top 8, not leave himself right on the bubble there. But 70.47 when he's got a season's best of 71.77 is good. He's not a million miles off that personal best, so he's done himself proud here. And the Czech Republic are struggling in the team standings here, so could have been important for Dola Zalek. Maybe he will survive this 3rd round and go into the final 4th or 5th rounds. Wojciech Nowicki was a very good 2 efforts so far. Added a little bit with his 2nd effort, 77.68. So he had 1 defeat this outdoor season to American Rudy Winkler in Bydgoszcz. Oh wow, look at that. That is a brilliant throw from Wojciech Nowicki. I've been eyeing up the championship record of Pavel Fidek, not for myself, for Wojciech Nowicki. It's 82 metres 98. I don't think he'll have done it with that effort. He's getting further with every throw. He threw 80 metres exactly here. One-day Continental Tour event. So he's very good at throwing in this stadium. He knows he is. Good cheers there for some young Polish fans. 79 metres 61 for Nowicki. Oh, and that would do his rivalry with Pavel Fidek some good as well if he troubled his championship record.
So back in the long jump, we've just seen Jopek jump. Matches Jopek. 7:14, but has a best of 7:31 from the previous round. So Hector Santos, European Under-23 Championship silver medalist 4 years ago. Tato won in Salamanca, which is at altitude, 3 weeks ago. So it's an 8-metre jumper plus this year. This 8:19, which is still what he achieved when he did that silver medal in Yevla 4 years ago. .772 for Santos. That moves him up into 5th place at the moment. There you can see, we saw him coaching a couple of the athletes in the triple jump yesterday. The great Cuban Ivan Pedrosa. Christian Pulli. Pulli jumped 7.92 back in February in a winter training competition in Dubai. That's a good jump from Pulli. 2nd place at the moment. It's held by Simon Ehammer with 7.95. That's not bad at all from the Finn. Once again, just like always these days, going over to his coach, 7.70. What his coach is saying in terms of perhaps just needs to just get a bit faster on the board if he can. Now, Mattia Falani. Falani in the first round at 7.75. Tall, rangy, quick. Oh, that's an excellent jump. That might well be 8 metres. With the superimposed graphics, looks a shade short of what Tentoglo did in the first round, that 8.08, but not far away. $7.97. So Falani, the 18-year-old, moves up into 2nd place.
Falani took a very good win on the circuit in Hengelo. It was 8.24, maybe that's where his season's best from. But that was in the first round, and then he couldn't seem to maintain it. That's a lot more consistent from Falani already here today in Poland.
So Ivo Tavares. More modest jumpers in this competition, although that's not a bad effort from the Portuguese jumper. 7.31 in the first round. Good on the board. See though the difference between Tavares and some of the jumpers who preceded him. It's just not as quick on the run-up. So Tavares improves. 7.40, down in 11th place at the moment, so we're looking to get up into the top 8 if he's to get 2 further jumps. Where's Montla? Well, Montla, as we said before, a number of major championship medals to his name. Uses the basic hang technique. Looks as though it could be in the 790s, 782 at the moment. So a really tightly fought contest. There you can see the overhead camera. Interesting angle there. 770. Well, quite as far as I thought. A bit shy of his first round mark of 782. But he still lies in 4th place at the moment. Well, this man, David Cairo, is 3 centimetres short of his personal best with his first round effort of 763. Jump as well, might well even be an improvement on his personal best, but gets a red flag. Yes, and the replay, quite a long way over the board. Still in 8th place at the moment. Oh, it's tense down there, but he could potentially go through to 2 further jumps if he stays in the same place after the next round.
I think we can absolutely call them green and red flags, even if they are so-called indicators. That's just too much of a cumbersome scientific word. Basically flags, they're flag-shaped. So, women's pole vault coming up in a few moments' time, and split into groups A and B. We've seen some terrific performances already, not least 470 from Tina Shutai to win the 2nd division for Slovenia. Wilma Murto, what a terrific athlete she's been over the last couple of years, really achieving the potential that she was seemingly capable of at junior level. And she goes up against someone like Katerina Stefanidi, who has won it all and now is coming towards the later years in her career. Aspe of Spain.
European Under-20 Championship bronze medalist in 2019.
And now this is Beekmans, the Belgian, 4:47 her season's best.
Let's welcome from Portugal, 7 times their national champion,
Marta Onofre, who represents Portugal here. This will be quite a key session for the Portuguese and the Turks near the bottom of the standings. We expect that Tentoglu will help push up Greece, of course, leading the long jump. So this is the first senior championship for Jade Ive in the colours of Great Britain. And a late replacement a few days ago for Sophie Cook.
Let's welcome from Germany, a European Under-20 champion in 2021.
And here for Germany is Sarah Vogel. So these athletes all in Group B, and we'll see some higher personal bests as we move into Group A. Emilia Kusi of Poland.
And the last athlete in Group B, let's welcome from the Netherlands, the first
Schulten
West
of the
Form
Netherlands.
athlete this year,
Ostatnia na liście startowej grupy B reprezentantka z Holandii.
Caroline Schuten. Let's meet
Here
Group
is
A and welcome
Wilma
from
Murto.
Finland, the European champion.
Fantastic to win in Munich last year, of course. Finnish record holder.
Wilma Murto. She was the Olympic champion in 2016, the national record holder from Greece.
Katerini Stefanidi, Olympic, world, European champion indoors and out. Best of 491 goes back to 2017. 4:55 in Doha in May. This is Roberta Bruni, so she won this event 2 years ago inside this very stadium. 4:45 was needed on that day.
Twice been their national champion.
Margot Chevrier, one of those who's improved this year to 4:71. Very close to the French national record of Ninon Chapelle, 4 centimetres higher.
Number 4 this year from the Czech Republic.
Amali Svabikova, who is also equal 4th in Europe this year with Roberta Bruni, and with this woman as well, Angelika Moser, the 2021 European indoor champion for Switzerland.
Tyczkarka ze Szwajcarii.
Angelika Moser.
4:75. PB 4.66 outdoors. Many of these vaulters going highest indoors, of course. Lina Retzius of Norway, 4.70, national record in Geneva from last year. And Michaela Meyer of Sweden, 4.83 is the Swedish national record outright. That was achieved in 2020 in Norrköping, in her home country.
Jan Chassenand of France has one final effort to get himself in the top 8. It's got to be a safe throw there. He's got his head in his hands. Is it too safe? It's wide. Chassenand came into this competition very well ranked. He had good season's best, 76.92, but he leaves with no mark and no points for France. That was a controlled and a safe throw, but it's just not accurate enough.
Well, France struggling. They had a number of performers who were competing and finishing well below their predicted placings yesterday, and it's not been a good championship so far for France. Of course, they've in the past had a number of top 3 finishes. Looks as though, unless things change dramatically, they're going to be well down in this year's European Athletics Team Championships.
We'll see what it meant to Chassenand then. He will be really bitterly disappointed not to take any further part in this. It's an opportunity to get points for his team and be in a very good field here that's getting better with every round that goes on. Thomas Mardal already in second place in the 65-64. Looks like it could be even better. There's been quite a lot of change through this third round. We're nearly at the end of it. No change at the top. Nowitzki still in the lead. Mardal is in second place for Norway, and he's just extended his mark there to 76.50. Michael Anastasakis of Greece is up next. He's down in fourth place at the moment, so looking comfortable for that top 8, but honestly the men are throwing incredibly well. Oh, and he liked that. Anastasakis pumping his fists just under 75 metres. That could be an improvement on his 72.87. Very close to his lifetime best, going up to 77 metres in Greece at the start of May. Anastasakis like that though. Jumper back on for Anastasakis. We've mentioned it's a bit cooler, but it's still very, very nice. 18 degrees at the moment here in the Slaski Stadium. So we have just one athlete left here in round 3. Take us on to round 4.
So that was Simon Ehammer coming in. Just seeing him pushed back down into third place, the Swiss jumper. Good jump once again, around the 790 mark, I think. 795 in the last round. He was overtaken by Falani a little bit later in the second round. Just to bring you up to date, Tentoglou jumped 795 with his attempt, so 791 for Ehammer, stays in third place. Tentoglou, Falani and Ehammer at the moment with 808, 797 and 795. Those are the 3 really big guns in this competition, but of course we've got the likes of Thomas Montler in there as well. Montler looking for good points for Sweden. Now it's back to the hammer.
Into round 4 now, so we're just going to take 8 athletes on. We've already had a foul from Jan Dolezalek. He's in 8th place. This is Jake Norris of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. He is in 7th. He's throwing very well, and it's almost hard to believe that 71.98 is only good enough for 7th. It's not too far off his season's best, 73.43, but I know he's got an opportunity here to throw well. Jake Norris, very consistent. 71.93, 71.96, 71.98. That's adding centimetre by centimetre. Does that mean there's something big brewing, or could he be on his limit already? 71.23. It's the first stagnation for Jake Norris here in the men's hammer.
I guess when you say it's hard to believe, many of the best throwers in the world are European, and they would all want to take this opportunity, wouldn't they?
That's a good point to make, Alex. We're very strong in the heavy throws in Europe. I think that's perhaps where you can see that emotion from Jan Schustenand after his third foul and his exiting from the competition, that this is an opportunity. It's a brilliant arena. It's a very competitive field. And these men have been excited about this competition getting underway. Andrade there's just hit the netting for Portugal. An improvement is 72 metres 3 centimetres. A long season competing over in that American Collegiate programme that gets started very, very early. Finished with a 4th at the NCAAs, which is very respectable. This is his first throw back after that competition back in Europe, trying to do the second half of the season. Aaron Kangas up next. Very good in the third round, 72.39 to push himself up into 5th place. He got faster as the rotations went on. Just a late release there from Kangas, sees the hammer into the netting. So we're nearing up on the track action here at the European Team Championships. This is the second day of 3 in the Division 1 competition. The men's 110 metre hurdles is coming. It's in around about 3 or 4 minutes. Merlin Hummel, very good, 73.89 in the second round. Saw him up in 2nd place, but since then he's been pushed down to 3rd. His 4th round effort is a foul. It's gone wide, but there's a lot of speed there, a lot of aggression from Merlin Hummel. That's feeling like he's got something big in there if he can find it. I like that. It wasn't cautious or safe. It was he's starting to really, really go for it.
So, coming up on the track, the men's 110 metres hurdles, we will have a B race and then an A race. And if you've been following this competition across the last few days, you'll know that the times across both are combined into an aggregate result, and then points decided all the way down from first, equaling 16 points, as there are 16 nations to 16th place for 1 point, unless of course you are disqualified or fail to finish.
Let's welcome from Belgium their national champion last season.
So we'll see the lineup across this first heat. Understandable that there may be some names you recognise more in the A race, but some big improvers in this, including Van Kouwenberg there, 13.75 in Aldechem last month, Strasky of Czech Republic before that, 14.02 this year. This is Migdal Chevla, 5 times Balkan champion, indoors and out. Duvalidis of Greece, a 4-time European finalist, also including indoors and outdoors. Won the old second division in 2015. Manuel Mordi of Germany, just 19 years of age. This is his first season over the senior hurdle height. So no surprise that he's come away, of course, with a personal best out of that, 13.64. Tim Acosta, same situation with him, but did actually win the Dutch title last year. As we look now at Cicinho Ambrige, who's only 18, the Portuguese, and has national under-20 records over both the junior and senior hurdles. And Sander Schottheim, who we saw just a couple of moments ago competing in the long jump. She was a replacement for Inge Kippersen-Bratset. So looking to put a time down for those in the A race to follow. Strasky, Van Kouwenberg, Schevler, Duvalidis, Mordi, Costa, Ambrige and Skotheim. The men's 110 metre hurdles B race. So tricky one to call, and also difficult to see what might have happened there. So Schevler has gone all the way down to the fourth hurdle. And it looked like he got an excellent start.
Yes, I was looking there. I wasn't sure. I thought it might have been Ambrose, the Portuguese athlete, who was twitching a little bit. But let's have a look at that replay.
4:25, second attempt, her pole is up.
It's not obvious at all. We'll wait for the officials to give us the verdict.
Indeed, we just saw some yellow cards yesterday, and that include one for very early movement. But Ambrige, you mentioned you might have seen some twitching from him in the blocks.
It is the youngster who we saw in action at the European Under-18 Championships in Jerusalem last year. Portugal hasn't had too many hurdlers of renown, but he is certainly a talent in the making.
You have to be careful what I say, because yesterday I said that Norway weren't necessarily famed for their 100 metre runners, and people said, what about Jesu Masadi and Dure? What about Asinok Kureba? Yeah, well, I meant as part of the current generation, indeed.
I think I'll give you a yellow card there, not a red card. Yeah, there was just a bit of twitching in the blocks there verbally.
Absolutely, oh, there always is.
Sander Skotheim seemed to be staring over longingly at the long jump runway, thinking, guys, come on, if we were going to do a false start, I would have got another jump in. Perhaps the discussion we saw with the officials was him saying, just to let you know, I've got about 25 minutes before I've got to be over on the home straight for the high hurdles. I hope we see Skotheim go back over to the long jump, because he's in a competitive position over there.
Yeah, that might have been what his discussions with the official that we saw previously were about.
Fairly sure they were. He's currently 7th at the moment, so he probably does want to take a third round jump, and there's about another 6 jumpers to go in the third round at the moment. He's been, I think the officials have respected his position and put him last in the jumping order. So let's just see if he actually just stops after the finish line and just keeps on going around the bend and over to the long jump.
Yeah, what a feat mentally as well to be able to focus as well as to combine these two events in quick succession physically. So yellow card for Ambrige, Strasky, Van Kouwenberg, Schevler, Duvalidis, Mordi, Costa, Ambrige, and then Skotheim. Long hold in this B race. So this time we do get going. Schevler is away nicely once again in the red of Turkey. And also coming through now is Mordi, the teenager for Germany, through the middle from Schevler in 13.68 seconds. So very close to his personal best, and that's very, very impressive from the young German, who is still adjusting, of course, to this hurdle's height.
Good run from Mordi from the second half of the race. Wasn't away the quickest. Ambrose actually had a very good start. It'll be very interesting to see, and you can have a look at all the live results on the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com, and that will also give you clock times as well. But here we go. This is from about 5 hurdles into the race, and then Mordi starts really motoring between the hurdles. Good technique as well. shorter turf, has to work a lot harder over the hurdles. He's also quick between the barriers.
Full result of that B-race.
Nice win for Mordi, 13.68. We'll wait and see how that compares with hurdlers in the next heat that's coming up.
There's this sort of event where hitting a couple of hurdles, ending up a few hundredths of a second back, could make 3-4 points difference, which could be vital. Manuel Mordi from Migdat Chevle and Cicinho Ambrige, who got that yellow card, the top three in this B race.
We're into round 5 of the men's hammer throw. There's not been too much change in the overall standings so far. See the Czech athlete Dola Zalek is after as though it was a foul for the athlete from the Czech Republic, so he stays in 8th place. That means he will take no further part in the competition. If you can't get yourself in the top 4 here in round 5, your day is done. Jake Norris in 7th place at the moment. And that's wide. You can see the indication from the official. He's raising his right arm. Jake Norris, that is his day done. It's a pretty similar throw to his other efforts, very consistent from Jake Norris. Turn his attention towards the British Championships. They take place in a couple of weeks. Pretty much every nation will have their national championships on the 8th and 9th of July. It's a protected window and opportunity globally for different federations to put on their national championships to allow the athletes to focus on that and not worry about missing any other competition opportunities. Good alignment from the calendar. I think we're seeing an athlete exiting the women's pole vault here. Portuguese athlete will take no further part, but Andrade of Portugal is still in this competition. He's in 6th at the moment. 4th place with Merlin Hummel, 73.89. That's the target for the next few men in this field, and Andrade, the target no one wants in a long throw, the cage. And, so Andrade will stay in 6th place. Aaron Kangas of Finland is the last athlete that has a chance to change the top 4 in the men's hammer. Otherwise, we will take Hummel, Anastasakis, Mardel and Nowitzki into the 6th and final round.
So now the lineup for the men's A race in the 110 metres hurdles. We just saw Manuel Mordi winning the B race in 13.68. Here's the target for these men. Most of them this year have gone faster, so they need to be running at season's best place.
Welcome the athlete lining up in lane number 2, 3 times their national champion from Sweden.
You can see the stadium announcer saying for Sweden, Rexarella, 3 times national champion.
We welcome in lane number 3,
alongside him, the 3 times world indoor 60 metres silver medalist, Pascal Martinot-Lagarde. Most recently, last year in Belgrade. Now this is the man in form. Reduced his Swiss record recently to 13.10. Lies second on the European rankings. He did that time in Florence at the Diamond League at the start of this month. Joshua Zeller, well, not quite at his best, but he is a 13.19 man when he's on form, and he could challenge for very good points.
Lane number 6, 6 times their national high hurdle champions.
The Italian record holder, Ossana Fofana. He's been running very close to his best this year.
Lane number 7,
recently went to Turku, 13.43. Enrique Llopis, well, we saw Llopis have a terrible tumble at the European Indoor Championships in Istanbul, but he's bounced back, he's recovered from that injury. He's running very good to his best. Christophe Kilian, the Pole. Over the years we've seen some good Polish hurdlers. He's gradually getting himself up amongst them. 13.43 for Kilian, and on the outside, Emo Larka. Well, 9 times indoor 60 metres champion, 7 times outdoors 110 metres champion. Well, Sergei Shibenkov, the Russian, set that championship record back in 2014. Jason John on current form could challenge that. Let's wait and see. They settle into their blocks from the inside. It's Rella, Sweden, Martin Odegaard, France, Joseph, Switzerland, Zeller, Great Britain, Fofana, Italy, and Yopis, Spain, Kilian, Poland, Lacra, Finland on the outside. And Joseph gets an excellent start. He's already clear of the rest of the field, and the Swiss hurdler is absolutely flying here. It's a battle for second place. Yopis at the moment doing very well. The Spaniard will take second, but 13:14 unofficially, a championship record. I said this man is in form and could challenge it, and he's proved to fulfill my prediction. And it wasn't a difficult prediction to make. I don't really claim great genius on that one, but Joseph, superb run from Joseph, and very pleasing in second place to see Yopis coming through after a dreadful fall and injury in the final of the European 60 metres hurdles when we were in Belgrade earlier this year. I should say Istanbul, thinking about the World Indoors last year. So the focus of attention, quite naturally, on the reigning European indoor champion, European under-23 champion from 2019.
He was in command, he was in control. I remember at one of those age group competitions he completely destroyed a hurdle by ripping the top of it, but very much once he got away, he just had the flow, he had the rhythm, and there was absolutely no chance of catching him.
Well, only 5 men have ever gone under 13 seconds in Europe, and the race is on between him and João Quaumate, the Frenchman, who's not here, who's just slightly ahead of him on the European rankings. I think that's the race to see who's going to be number 6 on the European list of men who've gone under 13 seconds, and he certainly looks as though he's got the calibre and the talent to do so in the very near future. Slightly warmer conditions, well, the temperature, as we've been talking about, it's cool here. It's not too cool to really make a big difference. That time revised down to 13:12. It was unofficially 13:14, but once we've got the official time, it's been shaved down by 200ths. Enrique Yopis of Spain taking second with 13:44, and Hassan Fofana third for Italy. The Italians still getting good points in almost every event so far.
Pretty busy here in the Stadion Slavski. Women's pole vault is underway. Men's long jump on the back straight. The men's hammer is nearing its conclusion. It's finishing up round 5 over there before we take our top 4 into round 6. Good to see people filtering into the arena here. Right, Novitsky, foul there in the 5th round. Quite see, might get a replay here. Let's have a look. Novitsky, the commanding lead of 79.61. He didn't like that. That's going to be a voluntary foul as he walks out the front. So his margin of victory at the moment is 4 metres ahead of Thomas Mardal. So for me, the only thing Novitsky has to aim at now is the championship record of Pavel Fidek. Good to see a championship record in the very first track event from Jason Joseph in Switzerland. It'd be lovely to add another one here in the men's hammer. 4th place at the moment for Merlin Hummel, 73.89. He just needs 20 centimetres or so to get up to 3rd place. That's the graphic line there, the 3rd place. If that is accurate, that could trouble the mark. Stasakis of Greece at 74 metres 12 centimetres at the moment. Merlin Hummel has been throwing super well. 73.89 his best mark, came in the second round. Looked pumped up, full of energy throughout this competition. Circle was kind to Christian Pudanza yesterday. She took the women's discus title. 73.99. It is a 10 centimetre improvement for Merlin Hummel, but not quite enough to catch this man from Greece. Anastasakis stays in third place. This is a great point score for Greece. They're down in that bottom three, fighting against relegation into Division 2 of the European Team Championships. Montadis Tentoglou is doing well on the back straight. Anastasakis has clipped the net in there ever so slightly, but it does land in the sector. Looks pretty similar to his third round effort, 74.12. He's going to stay in third place though. Look at that, 74.12. Twice, couldn't do that if he tried. But he was really happy to get that solid throw in over 74 metres. And I think third place for Mikhail Anastasakis is a great result in a high quality field.
73 metres and 60, so finishes in third place, adding to the Greek total.
73 metres, 60 centimetres for Anastasakis, and stays in third place. Thomas Mardal, the only athlete left that could possibly unseat Wojciech Nowicki. He would need an outright personal best if he was going to do so. 77.46, his best mark this season, set in Bergen. Very good, 76.50 at the moment. This is his final throw of the competition. Hammer has landed just below that 75 metre mark. That is quite some series there from Mardal. 72.97 in the first round. That was just warming up, and then every throw after that has been in excess of 75 metres. His final effort, it's not going to improve, but 74.59. Thumbs up from Thomas Mardal, and perhaps home to get some new glasses. They look a bit beaten up.
Probably kicked them and they got broken, a bit like your crockery.
I mean, hammer's a very complicated sport. I think I could see it happening out in training. But, didn't seem to affect Thomas Mardal at all. Wojciech Nowicki in the circle, Olympic champion from Tokyo. Silver medalist from the World Championships last summer. He will go to Budapest again to try and get on a global podium. But this, his last chuck of the competition, and that's a good one. Right out on the 80 metre mark again. 79.61 is best in the third round. Could be around about the same. Pavel Fidek's championship record survives another year. He has some bragging rights here. I think if you enjoyed any of the action you saw in this men's hammer, or you like heavy throws, you will certainly be looking forward to the men's hammer in Budapest at those World Championships. Wojciech Nowicki, the world lead, vying for his first global title there outside of the Olympics. He leaves here as champion of the European teams, and he will take maximum points for Poland. Over 4 metres, his margin of victory. Thomas Mardal of Norway in second. Michael Anastasakis of Greece. Valuable points for him and his team. Jan Schottenand, unfortunately, the other end of the spectrum. No mark for him, the Frenchman, and that will have an impact on the team scores.
So there's the results of the men's hurdles, and confirmed the third championship record of this Division 1 contest. And it goes to Jason Joseph of Switzerland with that sparkling time of 13.12. Jopis and Fofana chasing him home, and indeed in the consolidated standings they also get second and third place. So 16, 15 and 14 points to Switzerland, Spain and Italy. We go all the way down. Sander Skotheim, 2 points for Norway, and he's managed to rush over to the long jump. He did qualify in 7th place, so he passed his third round effort. He's now going to take 2 further jumps in the long jump. So after 14 events, and that also includes the hammer, it's Italy leading the way with 161 points, 7.5 points ahead of Great Britain, and then Poland back in third, 10 points in arrears of the Swiss. So as we were at the bottom, Turkey Czech Republic and Greece. Belgium just 1 point outside of the relegation zone.
And you look at that 1 point for Belgium and their quest to stay in this division. One woman that's really going the extra mile to help her team, Jolien Maliga Bomquo of Belgium there in lane 2. She came 7th in the shot put yesterday. And she put on her own Instagram today, hashtag this is not a joke. I am going to run the 100 metre hurdles for my team. It's all about the team points. She did post some pictures of her doing this event as a teenager, so she has done it before, but firmly out of her comfort zone, replacing Anne Zagra, and here to collect some points for her nation. Catherine Queiroz of Portugal will go in lane 3, new lifetime best of 13:39 set in Lisbon a couple of weeks ago. Andrea Ruth of Norway has won the European Under-20 title over the longer hurdles, 400 metre hurdles. Tathi, she's good at this event as well. Teresa Arandune of Spain will go in lane 5. 2 good outdoor races so far, 13:15 her best. Teresa Elena Sinova of the Czech Republic goes in lane 6. Rathi nearing in on the 13-second barrier, 13:14 this year. Monika Zapalska of Germany, actually the world champion in the mixed shuttle hurdles event that took place in this arena in 2021, representing Germany here today. Seval Ayaz of Turkey will go in lane 8. She's 2-time national champion, make the final at the World Juniors. And our final athlete, Maja Mausbach of Sweden, 13:39 all season over in Tucson, Arizona. It's Heat B of the women's 100 metre hurdles. We'll take the times from this race, see how they stack up against Final A, which will take place in 8-9 minutes time. And they're away, first times, good start from Queiroz of Portugal. Arandone of Spain getting into her running over these hurdles. Arandone of Spain trying to put daylight between herself and the other competitor. She's faltering ever so slightly but holds on. 13:21 for Arandone. It's been a short but successful outdoor season for her so far. Nika Sinova taking a tumble just over the line, ensuring the medics that she's okay. The medics have been tremendous here in Silesia. They've been very quick to attend the athletes and make sure everybody is okay. Arandone first across the line.
Yeah, came through there having a relatively clean race. I thought it was Ruth actually of Norway that got the best start initially. Couldn't quite settle into the same flow. Let's have another look here. So in the red of Spain, Arandonea. Ruth on our inside, then overtaken. At this point there are others still in contention. Arandonea, also that crucial dip. Have a look at this last 20 metres, straining every sinew to make sure she comes across first.
Quite some dip from Sinova as well of the Czech Republic to keep herself in second place. Close here with all the points, but Arandone, she looked maybe slightly strained in the second half of the race, not quite as balanced, but managing to hold it together using a lot of her experience, her strength. Just wait and see how that time stacks up. 13:22, and what is going to be a really, really exciting Final A. There's some huge names down there. And as good as that was from Arandone, it's going to be very hard to see how that stacks up in Heat A. It's going to be tough. And look at that, Jolien Bomquo with a season's best, 32:81.
Over to the pole vault. So this is Bruni of Italy, who is out of the competition at 4:40. So the winner in this stadium 2 years ago one of the best in Europe this year. 4:61. She's cleared outdoors in 2023, but exiting the competition earlier than expected. That will be maybe one of the first disappointing performances from an Italian point of view so far in these championships. So well have they done.
And with the vertical jumps, maybe this is a moment to mention the special competition rules of the European Athletics Team Championships is that, of course, most of the conventional rules of the event apply, but you're only allowed 4 failures as the bar moves up. So if you have, for instance, 3 second-time clearances, you're only allowed 1 failure at any further clearances. Of course, in this instance, with Bruni having had 3 consecutive failures, she goes out. But if you win, then you're also allowed to carry on. And we just thought we'd clear that up, because a lot of people have been asking about that when they've been looking at the live results on the European Athletics website, and they're saying, but such and such has retired. Have they retired? Were they injured? No. You're allowed 4 failures as a special competition rule, alongside the fact that you normally would have 3 consecutive failures to see you eliminated, unless you win.
So, this is this hotly anticipated women's sprint hurdles A race that we were just talking about, and really excited to see what happens in this one. This is Abigail Paulet, the British heptathlete, who has improved by 0.4 seconds this year, and will be going to the European Under-23 Championships to compete in this event. And then the home favourite, Pia Skrzydłowska, the 22-year-old who had a victorious double 2 years ago in this stadium, 100 metres and 100 hurdles, 11.25, then 12.99. Nadine Visser, twice a European indoor champion over 60 hurdles, 5th at the Olympic Games. She's run 12.71 this year in Hengelo. Letitia Bapte was 5th at this year's European indoors in Istanbul. She's improved to 12.78, compared that to a PB from 2 years ago of 13.06. But our European leader and indoor champion from Istanbul, Rita Hurske, and an athlete who for many years has been an excellent 60 hurdles runner, seeming to also be strong over this longer distance outdoors as well. And what about Ditaji Kambunji? We saw some of the emerging young talents in the men's event a moment ago, and she has run 12.78 in Hengelo recently. And this is the Italian champion, Elisa Maria Di Lazzaro, 13.04 in Turku earlier this month, 12.9 at best. And Elisabeth Pesiridou has 6 Balkan titles, including 4x1 relays. The Greek. Well, we all know who those watching on inside the stadium want to win this event.
On your marks.
So many of these women consistently well under 13 seconds. Pia Skrzydłowska also has a PB in this stadium from last year of 12.51. Paula Skrzydłowska, Visser, Bapte, Hurske, Kambunji, Di Lazzaro and Pesiridou. The women's 100-metre hurdles A race.
Set.
Camera focusing in there on Hurske, who didn't get the best start. Well, I don't know if anything was spotted there.
It wasn't, but I was just rethinking from that Continental Tour event in Turkey, and I was so excited we were finally going to get Pia Skrzydłowska versus Rita Hurske that we wanted in Istanbul at the European Indoor Championships, and I really hope it's not the Polish athlete. That looks very even to the naked eye. We'll wait till the graphic comes out. It was a good start from Kambunji, but I think that was all after the start, or maybe not. Maybe it was a little bit too early from Ditaji Kambunji in lane 7.
Well, we saw a very similar reaction time in the 100 metres, I'm going to say, yesterday, which produced the yellow card.
I think the race officials are being quite lenient with the athletes here. It's not like a one-day meeting, like a Diamond League meeting or perhaps a World Athletics Continental Tour. They know that points and the crux of the competition is this contest between Europe's leading nations. So the last thing they want to do, I think, is start disqualifying athletes unless it's a really egregious error. And we've seen, I think, under other circumstances, potentially athletes who could have been disqualified, although I have to say, I think that looks like a red card in the hand of the chief track official, Luca Vereshina.
Certainly does.
Oh dear.
Unfortunate for Kambundji. Now, rather large. I'm sure they were bigger than yesterday's cards, just to make it clearer and clearer, which is helpful for the audience as well. Don't forget those watching in the highest part of the stands. Those details, as Kambundji is going to have a look at the finer details also.
Well, I can only recall, as we were saying in the Division 3 match, one other athlete being disqualified in the sprint so far this week, and that was the Israeli sprinter Blessing Afrifa back in the opening day of the Division 3 match. Not too many complaints, I think, from Dichaji Kambundji.
No, but it will mean that someone who was in the A race and thereby with a faster time coming in will get no points. Switzerland find themselves in 9th position out of 16 in the overall standings. So we get ready to go once again, minus Kambundji of Switzerland. So it will be Paulett of Great Britain on the inside, then Pia Skierachowska, Nadine Visser, Letitia Bapte, Rita Hurske, Elisa Maria Di Lazzaro and Elisabeth Peseridou.
Set.
Now the athletes are away, and Skierachowska got an even better start that time. Bapte and Visser, though, neck and neck, right with her. Three-way battle, but Skierachowska just at the last found an excellent final gear to win in 12.77. So she's come here once again to the Stadion Saski. Another dose of maximum points, and 2/10 faster as well than she was 2 years ago. What an athlete.
There's a significant injury for Pia Skierachowska in the indoor season. It was heartbreaking. She was European lead. She was running faster with every race. And, picked up a hamstring injury, and to have been rehabilitated and back already on the track running so well is fantastic for Pia Skierachowska. She was under real pressure here. It was a great start. And she just, at this point, you thought, okay, she's going to pull away a little bit. But hats off to Nadine Visser and Letitia Bapte for keeping her honest here. And Skierachowska, you could have forgiven her at this point for being overawed by the occasion. She's here in front of a home crowd. She's not had very many outdoor races. And this race meant a lot to her. She was talking in the press conference. This was very important to come and perform well for her nation, for herself. And to be able to deliver under that intense pressure, that's super impressive. And I think her season is just going to go from strength to strength from this point out.
We mentioned the 100-metre win a couple of years ago as well. Do you think it might have been that sprint speed right at the end? I'm clear of the barriers now, off I go, whereas perhaps Visser and Bapte just beginning to tie that little bit more?
I think it's, I don't know, you kind of, I love thinking and talking about sort of home advantage. And you kind of say, you know, that tiny, everything in this competition, you're there for your team, it lends itself to finding that extra gear, but maybe in a home games as well.
100%. So, Skierachowska ahead of Visser and Bapte, fairly clear top three ahead of Rita Hurske, who we thought might well feature within it for Finland. And this is how those two results come together. As you can see, most of the top names came from that A race. Dichaji Kambundji, no points for the Swiss. And Bumko, she gets 1 point, you see, that's all that matters. Well, 2 points indeed, is it? Yes, of course.
And Bumquo, showing why it's worth turning up for your team, even if it's not your favourite event. She did get 7 points in the seventh place in the shot put. And here's a replay again of final B in the women's hurdles. It was a strong victory, as you can see, for Arandone of Spain. But we did lose one woman just off the back of the picture very, very quickly. That was Jolien Maliga Bumquo, being the epitome of a team player here in Poland.
So there we are after 15 out of 37 events, so still quite a way to go, but Italy remain our leaders. And we saw in earlier divisions, Hungary, they started off strong and that set the tone, didn't it? It was the exact same with Ireland in the third division.
But a big change down at the bottom with Belgium descending into the bottom three. And also Switzerland now in a little bit of danger, but only 14 events undergone at this stage. We still have another 23 to go over the next day and a half. Well, there's Kajsa Bergqvist, now Swedish head coach, still the world indoor high jump record holder. Cheering on Tobias Montler. Montler at the moment is in fourth place with 782. There hasn't been any great change. We're now in the final round. I haven't missed any big jumps while we've been watching the hurdles races. This is his big chance. Well, was that a foul or not? Very close. Yes, it was in the end. So Montler gets 13 points for Sweden. This is a very, very competitive competition. I think you'll be disappointed at not actually finishing higher and closer to Tentoglou or even Ehammer, but fourth place in a competition like this is still a good, very good performance indeed. So 782. But there you can see Tony Ehammer jumped at 795 in the second round. Mattea Filani responded with a 797, and Miltiadis Tentoglou leading the way with his 808 with the very first jump of this competition. So, Simone Ehammer being well over 8 metres so far this year. That's not going to change things around, I don't think. And he knows it. He was gesturing that he came down a little bit flat. So consistent in terms of his foot placement on the board. So good on the run-up. Getting into the air, what happens once he takes off, that sometimes affects his distance. Nevertheless, the best multi-eventer in the world as far as the long jump's concerned. But he stays in third. Now, Mattea Filani. Can the 18-year-old, who is such a talent in this event, we talked about him earlier in the programme, we've quoted some of the statistics, including that 8:44 windy last month. He's also got a legitimate 8:24 to his name in Hengelo at the start of this month. I'm already excited to see what he can do when he goes back to Jerusalem for the under-20s in August. But now we're in Horzo. I think that might have been a foul as well. Past his last round just to save a little bit of energy. No, it is given as a red flag. But he keeps Italy in the lead in this competition with 15 points. And whilst the distances may not be quite as prodigious as he's already achieved this season, nevertheless, a very, very good second place to the man who's the Olympic and European champion. And only by the narrowest of margins did he get a red flag.
Goodness, that's the closest we've seen, hasn't it? The whole week. Very nearly valid for Mattia Filani.
There or thereabouts. But now we know that this man, Miltiadis Tentoglou, has got maximum points for Greece. 808. Can he improve on that? The spotlight is solely on him. Oh, now, is that a legal jump? Because if it is, that is absolutely huge. And the Greek contingent, who are much closer to the long jump than we are, think it is. That could well be in excess of the championship record. That championship record stands at 8:38 to Tentoglou himself from 2 years ago in this very arena. That is a huge jump. No pressure on him. He'd already clinched the victory. Just now waiting to see what's come through. 8:34, just shy of his championship record, but nevertheless a European outdoor lead for Mateusz Tentoglou, and that's a jump that will be heard around the world. That'll certainly make its mark, and they've captured the imagination of all those American jumpers and the Chinese jumpers who think that they might just be able to beat him when they get to Budapest, because Tentoglou really is on fine form. There's confirmation of the results with that terrific last jump of the competition. He won the jump, he won the long jump, the very first jump in 8:08, and clinched it with 8:34. And once again, disappointment for the French though. Tom Campana, no mark for the Frenchman.
This is great to see another look at Bumquo getting away with the hurdle. She put on her own Instagram hashtag "this is not a joke," and that she was very proud to have the opportunity to collect some extra points for Belgium. And unfortunately, with the disqualification of Kambundji in final A, it actually saw Bumquo get 2 points, so one more than sort of the minimum 1 point that she was going to get to finish. And it's not a given that you're going to finish and get yourself on the mark. There's false starts, there's disqualifications that could get in the way, but Bumquo should be, I think the whole team are going to be very appreciative of the effort that she put in there in the hurdles.
So over to this pole vault competition. Previously we saw Roberta Bruni of Italy go out a little earlier than expected with the best clearance of 4 meters and 25. So the bar in Group A is now up at 450. It doesn't look like anyone's cleared just at this point, as we see Kusi of Poland at 440 in this Group B now. Well, didn't quite get her feet up to that 12 o'clock position, but has already achieved that lifetime best, as you can see. This is how the standings look then, with potentially big improvement for Greece, but Italy still leading now by 17 points. Volani, of course, doing very well in that long jump competition. Great Britain still solidly in third place. Germany and the Netherlands in the top 5, and Greece out of the bottom 3. Czech Republic, Czechia, Belgium and Turkey are in those positions.
So we're back on the track, and it's the women's 800 metres. This is the first of 2 heats. Women in this heat, well, no one's run faster, run under 2:01 so far this year. But keep an eye on the very good Belgian, Camille Laus, who's improved to 2:01.99 this year. She's the fastest on current form. But on the outside, though, it's Kimberly Finacek of Czech Republic. They're inside Amina Matuk, reigning national indoor champion for the Netherlands. With Nielsen, who on home soil rose to the occasion and got the European Under-23 Championships bronze medal 2 years ago. I should say not on home soil, of course it was in Tallinn 2 years before that. It was in Sweden. Camilla Laus, who I mentioned, Angelica Sana, third in this competition. And it was the Super League here in Oslo 2 years ago. Hedda Heine, 6 times national champion for Norway. Very consistent performer. Georgia Maria Despolari. Despolari has improved to 2:04 this year. Perhaps not one of the quicker runners, and took a top class as well. Dropping down distance, better known as a 1500 metre runner. Did get a European Under-20 bronze medal over 1500 metres back in 2019. The Turk. They're away very quickly. Already Camille Laus is going straight to the front. Sana up there as well, but also tearing around the inside. Toptas as well, making sure that she's in a good position. Just like yesterday's men's 800 metres B race, this could be a very quick opening 400 metres, and that means that the men in the A race can't dawdle. What happened yesterday, of course, those of you who are watching yesterday's European Athletics live stream, the first 4 men in the B race were actually faster than the A race, and that led to some very unusual positions in the final results. So Toptas making this quick. Sana, the tall pole, and Laus just behind her. 58.65, no hanging around there from the Turk. Toptas still working very hard at the front. A good 2 to 3 metre gap back to Sana. Laus starting to struggle just a bit. She's right at the back at this stage and she's getting detached. We were expecting something better from Laus, but it's still Toptas the Turk in front. Vilma Nielsen now starting to get up on her shoulder as they come into the bend for the last time. 200 metres to go. Toptas, Sana, Nielsen and Hedda. Still a very, very competitive race, and coming around the outside, Despolari. Well, an unexpected sprint here from Despolari. This is going to be a quick time for a B race. Nielsen, and now Laus, she's finishing, but I think, has she left it too? Oh, good heavens. Has Laus just left it too late? Despolari taken about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds off her time. Laus is getting the verdict with that flying finish. 2:02.28. Despolari getting to the front with just over 100 metres to go and producing a really unexpected sprint. Almost looked as though she was going to deliver an upset there, but she's taken more than 2 seconds off her personal best, the Greek. But the plaudits go to Camille Laus, the favourite.
Camille Laus has been on a wonderful trajectory in her conversion from 400 to 800. 2:01.99 the other day was great. And I've got to say, Phil, perhaps something happened round about the bell before 300 to go to Laus there, because she was just going backwards, whether it was a clip or a shove or something. It was quick through the bell. But Camille Laus, she's a phenomenal 400 metre flat athlete. She's got a personal best of 51 seconds. So she can cope with that. And it was a great pacemaking here from Toptas of Turkey. This young woman is clearly keen for a fast time today, and there's some season's best and personal bests behind that are down there because of Toptas's effort. Despolari, it was a wonderful change of pace from the Greek athlete in the last 100 metres. Camille Laus again using that sprint prowess and the dip. The athlete from Belgium coming through for the win just in the closing stages, but that's still a good time. 2:02.29. Could see her finish higher than 9th when we compile these results with the 8 women that will go in the A race. But yeah, it was a bizarre race there from Camille Laus. I don't know what to say, Phil.
I'm going to look back at the live stream later on tonight and see, because I think you're probably right, but I must confess I was looking at what Toptas was doing up front, and Despolari eased off with about 2 or 3 metres before the line and let in Camille Laus to win by 0.03 of a second. But Camille Laus did indeed take the plaudits. 2:02.28. Despolari of Greece just 0.03 further back, but a big personal best for her. And also a personal best for Toptas the Turk, a little bit further down the standings, rewarded for courageously taking it out for so much of the race.
Well, this is a Greek we are much more used to seeing at the top, but Stefanidi, 3 failures at 4:50 in this competition. There is her coach and husband Mitch on the sidelines. So not the best day for her, but not the easiest season either. Bar is still at 5:50, which has been a tricky height.
So after another highly entertaining Heat B in Division 1 800 metre running, we head to Heat A, Final A. These are the athletes on paper that should be faster. Raymond Whitfilly, the 18-year-old from Switzerland, stole the march in the B race yesterday. Camille Laus setting the marker down there at 2:02.29. Rhea Abarzabal was 4th at the European Indoor Championships in Istanbul. She goes in lane 9. Patricia Silva very close to the 2-minute mark this season. Rui Silva's daughter, of course, the Silva senior, very accomplished 1500 metre runner himself. Matja Kohlberg goes in lane 7. She's dipped under 2 minutes for the first time this season on Wednesday. It is Saturday now. The German athlete got any energy left here today for the European Team Championships. Evelina Matinen of Finland broke 2 for the first time in Turku a week or so ago, 59.96. Lena Kendasinunon of France goes in lane 5. She broke 2 at the Paris Diamond League, making the most of that home opportunity a few weeks ago. Audrey Verreaux of Switzerland took a silver in Cali, Colombia at the Under-20 Championships to go with the gold she won in Tallinn the year before, the European junior equivalent. She is the woman in form, the fastest season's best, 1:59.67. Isabel Boffey of Great Britain and Northern Ireland won the indoor title this year. Has been having a good outdoor season, very close to 2 minutes. A hat-trick of age group titles, under 18, under 20 and under 23 European champion. Final athlete in this Final A is Eloisa Corro of Italy. She's in lane 2. 2:08 in Grosseto at the end of May. Finished 6th here in 2:01 at the World Athletics Silver event a few weeks ago. Now away after a long hold here. 58.66 was the first lap from Toptas. A lot of the women here are very close to 2 minutes so far this season. Audrey Verreaux ran a world junior record over 1,000 metres in Nice last weekend, 2:34.89. And the Swiss athlete looks full of confidence here. She's gone straight to the front. A lot of the women will be very relieved to see that. They've got an opportunity to run fast. Could we see a few more lower their personal best below that magical 2-minute barrier? We saw a couple of athletes do that in Division 2 thanks to the front-running efforts of Bianca Curry of Hungary. Audrey Verreaux, the athlete to watch in this event. And she's gone straight to the front. And yeah, championship record 1:58.62 from Julia Krevson. The race I was in back in Liera in Portugal in 2009. Audrey Verreaux doesn't quite look to be moving fast enough to achieve that. 1:59.11 is this young Swiss athlete looking to control this from the front, because that's not lightning fast. Isabel Boffey of Great Britain and Northern Ireland moving up alongside Candace Sousson of France. The French athlete now boxed on the inside. Audrey Verreaux, is she trying to squeeze this race from the front? She's got lots of strength, lots of speed, and she should have lots of confidence from the season she's been having so far. Corro of Italy making good moves into 3rd place as they take 600 metres, 1:29, 1:30 or so through 600 metres. It's not lightning quick, it's fast enough to beat the mark of the B race, I think. Audrey Verreaux is trying to undo the rest of the field here with a fantastic front-running effort. A gun to take victory for the 19-year-old would be super impressive here at the European Team Championships. She seems to have an extra gear every time she needs it. Audrey Barrow striding away down the home straight. Isabel Bothby of Great Britain and Northern Ireland trying to hold on for second place. She's going to manage it. And a great sprint for Mathieu Kohlberg in the closing stages for Germany. She will clinch third place. 1:59.97 from Audrey Barrow. And that will see her as the third best time overall. We saw Kroll and Kerry go faster in Division 2 a few days ago. 3 sub-2 clockings across all 3 divisions here at the European Team Championships. Maximum points in the top division here going to Audrey Barrow.
Still a bit of a sigh of relief that they did pick up the pace in the latter stages there, but mainly Audrey Barrow, just 19 years of age. As you say, super impressive, and there was just a whole cluster of athletes behind who tried to pull through right at the end, but ultimately had left it too late. Fascinating as well. We won't see too many Swiss victories necessarily. Already that excellent performance from Joseph and Ramon Wipley. Of course, in the 800, he was the person who won that B race, and the men squabbled in the A race, and the Swiss came through as the best overall, taking 16 points for his country. That's exactly what young Audrey Barrow has done here.
Well, if you were going to have any athlete that was aware or painfully aware of that upset that went on in the men's race, it would be someone from the same team that benefited from it. I wonder if 18-year-old Wipley kind of tapped Barrow on the shoulder and said, just to let you know, did you see what happened today? Don't let that happen to you tomorrow. But Audrey Barrow, she's only 19 years old, and to command this race like this, a gun to take victory. Sometimes you see youngsters do that by going very fast and daring anyone to come with them. That was a lot more sophisticated than Barrow. There was moves within that race, and she totally ran to her strengths and destroyed a very good field. 1:59.95 for Switzerland, 16 points. Great Britain and Northern Ireland with a good second, and Mathieu Kohlberg with a very good dip there. The blanket finish for Kohlberg, Matanin, Barzabal in 3rd, 4th and 5th. Camille Laus does get 9th place in the end. 8 athletes in Final A, running faster than Final B, so none of the men's drama.
Good performance there from Matanen of Finland, and this is her teammate Vilma Murto, the European champion indoors and out, who is over at 460, and we've waited a while to say that because, as mentioned, 450 has been a real difficult height for some of these athletes. Angelika Moser making it over at the second attempt, along with Amalie Svabikova of the Czech Republic, Lena Retzius, another to do so, along of course with Vilma Murto. But we lost the former Olympic and world champion Stefanidi of Greece, also Margot Chevrier of France, who's over 471 this year. They all went out at 440. And these are the overall standings as we go. It's almost deja vu with Italy continually out front, but since last time we looked, I think Great Britain have moved up 1 place into second. Greece is still hovering just above the bottom 3 there. Norway, of course, they're without Karsten Bohlholm, Jakob Ingebrigtsen. Might need to pick up points from other places. Svabikova, second time clearance 450, just struggled a little for fluidity on the way up. So that's her first failure at this new height of 4 meters and 60 centimeters. Roberta Bruni with that early exit. Michaela Mayer as well. Not the kind of performance that we expected from her. Someone else who had a fantastic junior career, just like Vilma Murto, and has eventually achieved her potential. Her teammate Angelika Bengtsson, the other great Swedish pole vaulter, retiring now, so over to Maya to fly the flag in this event. On the women's side, certainly. Several flags flown by Mondo Duplantis. Angelica Moser at 4:60. That great moment for her in Torun in 2021, winning the European indoor title. Unable to execute, unfortunately. You can see there, we've talked so many times about the smartphone footage that athletes and coaches quickly review, and he just was able to stop recording there. So Murto remains the only athlete clear at 4:60. Will be a huge help to Finland in those team standings. They're currently in 10th place. Sweden just 2 points behind. Of course, those two countries have a team battle of their own, the annual Finn-Kampen match. Retsius will now go for Norway at 4:60. So plants the pole, works her way up, but unfortunately the bar comes down once again. So these last 20 minutes haven't been the smoothest for some of our bolters here. And Murto herself had 2 failures at the previous height of 4:50. We've been concentrating on Group A. And I can tell you that in Group B there are still 2 bolting. Elian Vakemans of Belgium, who has 1 failure at 4:60, and Jade Ive of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who has 1 failure also. Back to Sverlikova. So, bronze medal at the European Indoors earlier this year. National indoor record holder with 4:72. And this is just 1 centimetre off her outdoor lifetime best. She was also a world under-20 champion 5 years ago. And European under-23 winner in Tallinn.
A crucial jump for her though, because under the special competition jumps, if she fails this, she's out. No third attempt at 4:60.
But does make it this time. We said that there were a few doses of luck in the men's event. The bar rattled and shook, but somehow stayed on. Let's have another look. Sverlikova gymnastically up to the top, change of direction, does all that within a few seconds, and is able to celebrate on her way down. A nice amount of clearance all the way through. I'll remind you that Tina Shutai of Slovenia achieved 4:70 in the second division. Not too far away from that height. Angelica Moser of Switzerland now. That is another one of those bars that somehow, unbelievably, does stay on. Back to the track for the men's 1500 metres, and this is a really exciting race. Interestingly, 14 out of 16 of these athletes are aged 25 or younger, and also all but 2 have set personal bests recently. We've been commenting about a lot of young athletes being given opportunities, and I suppose that's partly the case because there's a chance to develop through this competition, maybe towards the World Athletics Championships later in the summer, maybe those rewarded for early season performances too. This is Niels Laros the 18-year-old. So he's a great example of what I've just been talking about. 3:32.89 for the man who won the 1500 and 3000 golds in Jerusalem at the Under-18 European Championships last year. This is Pietro Aresi, so he's 23, which is quite old within this field. Believe me, 3:33 he has run this year. European outdoor 4th in Munich and indoor 5th. Perhaps, maybe, just maybe the favourite though is the Spaniard Mo Katir. European silver medalist over 5,000 and world bronze over this distance. Filip Ostrovsky in Bydgoszcz this month, he improved to 3:36. And also flashed past in the Green of Portugal, Isaac Nader, 3:31.67 in France. 6 seconds improvement this year. And yeah, 2 years ago that was Portugal's only track victory. Liliana Sarr in the field, but they could also do with some crucial points. Another team mid-table. This, of course, the middle session out of 3 in the first division of these European Athletics Team Championships. So a really curious race and a tough one to pick a winner from. However, the experience of Mo Katir, the 25-year-old whose best time came in an absolutely thrilling Monaco Diamond League race 2 years ago, 3:28.76. It was in Oslo, in the Diamond League circuit, that he ran at 3:28.89, so very close to that. And of course he has that endurance quality that comes from regularly running the 5,000 metres. He hasn't started off very quickly at all, Hannah England.
No, this is a very controlled race here. And I think for me, Mo Katir with that 12:52 win, the Florence Diamond League, why is he not just at the front going super hard and at 3:28? And there's fast athletes in this field. I said this, I think, in perhaps it was Division 2. I love male European 1500 metre racing. This is what they do. Everybody backs their sprint finish. No one wants to show their cards. You can see perhaps the Italian Aresi losing his patience slightly, but it's a sedate pace, and there's a lot of men that are very, very good off a race like this. George Mills is one of those. He's usually very good at positioning himself, but Mohamed Katir of Spain, you can see him on the red on the outside here. He can't leave it too late. He shouldn't be gambling. He's got strength here that he's potentially not using yet.
Yeah, George Mills in a good position, the 24-year-old. His father was a footballer, Danny, who played for England, and he said that his dad has taught him how to deal with pressure. Might that be important in this race? Also there, Romain Monet of France is in 4th right now as Katir just moves on to the shoulder of Aresi of Italy. Monet improved a couple of weeks ago in Montesson to 3:34. So, well, they've all got great times, but this isn't necessarily the race in which they'll produce more of those clockings. But you can see visibly now, starting to push on. Nader there in the green of Portugal. Niels Laros in the background. And given those victories that we've seen for Camilla Laus in the women's 800 metres, you almost feel like we need to be watching just who is a little further back, who might have so much to give and might still somehow time it right. So Katir of Spain, from Mills of Britain, then Aresi, who's just sneaking back through again, so he stays in contention. 2:43.63 at the bell. Nader looking to make it back-to-back wins, of course inside the stadium as well. Niels Laros, the youngest, of course, 18 years of age. 7 seconds improvement this year, fresh from that PB 3:32 in Nice last weekend. But Mo Katir is gritting his teeth. It's an Iberian battle all of a sudden, but for how long, I wonder? Laros up into 3rd. Mills fighting to stay in contention, but too far back now, surely. Still Katir against Nader. Laros fighting. but Mo Katir does hold on. 3:36.97 on the clock. And a key victory for Spain, another side in mid-table. And Katir has set a new championship record, also one that we weren't sure whether that was possible given the early pace, but ultimately so many of these men had gone faster than Jakob Alusa's record from 2014 of 3:37.74. Super impressive from Katir to hold off so many fast chargers behind.
Yes, a 53-second last lap there from Mohamed Katir, and it was building up from about 650 metres out as suddenly there was a change of gear, and Katir even got that championship record slowing down over the last 5 metres as he knew he'd got the victory and gone past everybody. Here's a recap of the race. Well, Katir, we knew, I mean, he's the Spanish record holder over the 1,500 metres, 3,000 and 5,000 metres. In addition to him being a 3:28 man, he's also run 12:50 for the 5,000 metres. He really did have all the weapons in his armoury. Araisi here, looking good at this stage. This is just coming into the last lap. But Katir, and he's really starting to build up experience as well over the last 18 months. And he's getting some very, very good results indeed. Just seeing him come down the home straight, as you were saying, a real surprise to get that championship record, but a reflection on his quality. And he does it, celebrating with the crowd.
And it was a great bronze medal for Mohamed Katir behind Jake Whiteman and Jakob Ingebrigtsen, and he's got a choice here as he looks towards Budapest. He's been very good over 5,000. This is a wonderful tactical victory, and we know he's good over 1,500 metres as well. And I think good tactical positioning and a good change of pace. And Nadir gave it everything he could. I thought it was impressive of the Portuguese athlete and the youngster Niels Laros.
Yeah, he kept his cool really as we look at this full result. Katir from Nadir from Laros, because at the very start of the race there was a lot of after you, you know, not my tactic to lead from the front through those early stages, but very composed, worked his way up, held first place.
So the men's discus now, and this is a very good quality competition. Of course, in the Division 2 meeting we saw that absolutely fabulous championship record set by Christian Che with 69 metres 94. I think, being realistic, it might be a bit of a struggle to get close to that, although having said that, the conditions for really big distances are certainly quite good, and there's a few men in here, not least of which is Daniel Stahl, who could get close to that mark. Here's the man who took bronze in Munich last summer, British record holder with 68.24 from 11 years ago, Lawrence Okoye. A new name as far as German discus throwing is concerned, but he's improved this year to 66.5 metres. Henrik Janssen. This is Michal Foret, Czech representative. Now Czech Republic need points out of this event. Robert Berdanek, well, twice a World Championship finalist, now 36 years of age. This, the very good Yaciel Sotero, former European under-18, reigning European under-20 champion. Antti Prani, 57 metre thrower at best. The Finns, well, they can produce shot putters, hammer throwers and javelin throwers, but they never seem to really produce a really great discus thrower. Alessio Manucci. Well, Manucci improved a little bit earlier this year to 62.73. Just seen there, Emmanuel Sousa of Portugal. Now the man, the Olympic champion from 2021 in the discus, Daniel Stahl. Season's best of 71.45 in Estonia about a week ago when he had that tremendous battle with Christian Che. Both men going over 71 metres. Ruben Rolvink, current two-time Dutch discus champion. In similar fashion, Omar Sani, Turkish discus champion.
Represent from Norway. Let's welcome
Jordan Geishoneheim. They're moving on. Norway's
another teenager. Let's welcome
Sven Martin Skagestad, European Under-23 champion. The Norwegian Dimitrios Pavlidis,
their national champion last
19 years of age, World Under-20 Championships finalist last year.
We welcome an athlete, 21
Jan Vertely of Switzerland, reigning Swiss champion. And Lara Kuhn
16
of Belgium.
the men's discus throw.
Czas na rzut dyskiem mężczyzn.
There's the team standings after that 1500 metres, but it's still Italy leading the way. No victories for Italy today, but they are leading with 211.5 points. 19 points ahead of Great Britain, Northern Ireland at the moment.
Vilma Murto in the pole vault here for Finland. So looks up as she is about to attempt this new height of 471. Plants the pole, up she goes and well over. And great cheers from the Finnish contingent. So 1 centimetre higher than Tina Schutai managed to win the second division. And 4 centimetres off the championship record.
Murto, for me, she's just a huge championship performer. She's been shaky through the start of this season, jumping much, much lower than her national record she set indoors and outdoors. And it's just as the season begins to build momentum, she gets better and better. And this is a championship environment, and here she is, jumping really, really well. She's done slightly higher last week in Turkey or in Finland in front of a home crowd, but that's a similar sort of thing, isn't it? An emotive performance. She doesn't seem to quite get there until she's got something on the line.
Yeah, the Pavlo Nurmi Games, kind of a great homecoming after that title in Munich last year, and then gold in Istanbul as well. And when you say championship performer, yes, it's only really been in the last 12 months, though. Of course, I mentioned that she was great as a junior, achieving a World Under-20 record as well, but the Finns were waiting to see what she'd be capable of as a senior, and there was almost a queue of athletes, of course, to try and get past the likes of Stefanidi.
To be fair to Murto, after her junior under-20 years, she did struggle for several years with injuries. She was still vaulting, but it was always really problematic for her during those years. Now she's injury-free.
Women's triple jump is the next field event underway. It's great to see so much field action here at the European Team Champs. Men's discus is underway, women's pole vault, and now we'll start this one off as well. This is Rachel Ombini of Norway. She's the national champion from last year. Personal best of 13:43, set in Copenhagen in May this year.
Let's welcome
Spiridula Karidi of Greece will jump second. European Under-20 champion. The season's best listed of 12.91, but she did do a windy 13.60 in Greece, so don't let that 12.91 put you off. She's in better shape than that. Barbara Letard of Switzerland will go third. 14-time national champion across the long and the triple jump. Celia Gousset of Belgium will jump fourth. She's won the national titles twice indoors and once outdoors. Georgina Ford-Wells of Great Britain will jump fifth. She set a new personal best this season of 12.96.
Georgina Ford-Wells.
Cara Wittmann will represent Germany. She was 7th at the European Indoor Championships, and she's very close to 14 metres so far this season. 13.91 a couple of months ago.
Let's welcome the athlete from the Czech Republic.
Linda Suka of the Czech Republic will jump 7th.
Czas na reprezentantkę
Very
Czech.
efficient long and triple jumper. 6:45 her best in the long jump, 13:40 her season's best here. Adriana Laskowska of Poland was third last time this team championships took place in this arena, and she's gone over 40 metres for the first time this season. Ana Pelotero of Spain took a bronze medal in Tokyo. She's then been absent since the World Indoor Championships in Belgrade. She's had her first child, and she's back here competing just 6 months after that birth. Christina Mäkelä of Finland will jump 10th. She needs a national record to pick up a silver in the triple jump in Munich. Really good outdoor season so far. Ottava Sestinato of Italy is next on our introduction. She was 10th in Munich, 4th at the European Indoor Championships in Istanbul. Evelisa Veiga of Portugal has been focusing more on long jump for the last 4 years. She was 8th at the European Indoor Championships over that discipline. Maja Orskag of Sweden had a phenomenal 2021. She did the double, long and triple golds at European Juniors and World Juniors, and she's very close to a triple jump PB this season. Maureen Hermans of the Netherlands has gone over 13 metres for the first time this season, 13:01. Tugba Danishmas took an emotional gold medal in the triple jump at the European Indoor Championships. The host nation were in mourning for the losses through their earthquake, and Tugba Danishmas was a point of inspiration for them back in March. Léonis Guillaume of France will be the final athlete to jump. She's gone up to 13:90 in Montpellier this year, broke her personal best from 2017.
Vilma Murto going for a championship record here in the pole vault. Has looked superb so far, but not quite enough height with this first attempt. So, as I gather, now that she has won the competition, those vertical jump rules of maximum of 4 failures no longer apply. She's free to go on higher, just as we saw with Yaroslava Mahuchik, of course, in her favoured high jump.
Yes, in that Division 2 high jump, there was a little bit of confusion. Mahuchik was checking how many attempts she had left. Now, the women's discus, and it's Souza in the discus. So Souza, Janssen leads the way. We have quite a few throws while we're looking at that presentation for the women's triple jump. Janssen leads the way with a throw of just over 62 metres. It's well within this man's capacity though. And that takes the lead rather comfortably. Drops down at around 67 metres for Daniel Stuhl. With that implement just coursing its way across this late afternoon sky here in Silesia. 67.25. Daniel Stuhl leads by over 5 metres at this stage in the competition. We're in the first round. Molvenik, more than 10 metres shy of what we just saw Stuhl throw. Rolving, well, has a best of 62.79. Thrown just over 61 metres this year. 56.36 for the Dutchman to open his account. Zoma Sahin, Turk. 60-metre throw last year, hasn't got to that distance this year. flag for the Turk. He can't contain his momentum and spins out.
Vilma Murto about to have her second go at this championship record, so let's watch this closely. Here she is, speed on the approach. Plant takes off, but brings the bar down. So coach saying there or thereabouts, so.
I think that's important. Sometimes you can imagine there's 1,000 different things you could say to an athlete in such a technical event. But if you think it was pretty close, then that's probably what they need to hear, isn't it? It might give them a bit of confidence. This would be a new season's best for Vilma Murto as well. I mentioned she has jumped higher indoors and outdoors in those European Championships. In the trajectory of her season, this would be a lovely double hitter if she was to get over 4.76, championship record and a season's best.
And one thing I did notice with Finland guaranteed a win, no less than 10 nations now have actually got an individual victory here over the first day and a half of this Division 1 meeting. And Finland very solidly in the middle of the table. I think there were some thoughts that they may be struggling towards the lower half of the table, but with the likes of Murto getting maximum points, no problems at this stage for Finland maintaining their place in the Division 1 of the European Athletics Team Championships.
Yeah, it'd be great to see the victories and so on really spread out.
Big stutter into the board there for Georgina Ford-Wells in this opening round of the women's triple jump. Will be a foul. You have to do the hop, step and jump before you get to the stand. Ford-Wells, all sorts of out of sorts there, I think.
First representation for Great Britain, and another rewarded for a strong early season. And in fact, she actually had a very, very windy 13:30 jump earlier this month too.
Kamia, busy morning for him. He's already been out here with Jack Roach in the men's long jump, and now here with Georgina Ford-Wells. But hopefully that's just a bit of nerves there for the 22-year-old. She can make some changes and get herself a valid effort here. Kira Wittmann up next for Germany. That's nice, smooth, fluent and fast from Kira Wittmann. She does get the green flag. The lead at the moment with Rachel Benny of Norway, 12.97. Kira Wittmann was much further into the sandpit than that, up towards the 14-metre mark. .71, a very early lead for Wittmann. So negative 1.1 wind now. And there's been swirling around a bit here in Slaski Stadium and in the faces now of these triple jump women. So they've probably moved their mark scored a little bit. That wind might slow them down.
It is starting to get just a little bit chilly here as well, isn't it? For the very first time in this week of all three divisions, it's been soaring up towards the 30s and very humid, and it's dry and just a bit cold today, although we are promised much warmer weather tomorrow.
You're all right, you've got a jumper.
Someone read the weather forecast. God, you just can't get the stuff these days.
I just look out the window, personally. Okay, Vilma Murto to tie for the European lead, but in the context of this competition, to eclipse the championship records from Poland's Anna Rogowska in 2011. Vilma Murto, now she climbs high, but unfortunately the luck not quite with her today. But a phenomenal competition, and also a very popular athlete on the circuit. Lots of delight to see her finally claim that senior title in Munich and then go on to match that in Istanbul indoors. And Now the other athletes are probably saying, all right, yep, you've had your titles, give us a chance. But as we know, it's one of the best events in terms of camaraderie within the sport of track and field. Belma Murto, those last two attempts had plenty of height, but just bringing the bar down as she comes back through. So much to do in the space of a few seconds. It's an incredibly complex event to master. So much confidence that's needed in your ability, particularly when you hang on for dear life to that pole, wait for it to bend, and then pick up and rock back and change direction and then fall.
Pelotero on the triple jump runway. National record of 4:87 when she took the bronze medal in Tokyo. Strong start here. I mentioned she's had a 15-month break from competing after taking the 8th in Belgrade in the World Indoor Championships. She's had a child in that time, done one competition, 14-13 in Castellón in Spain, and that's a great return to form after 15 months away. Pelotero choosing to use this European Team Championships to continue her return to high-level competition. And, that's enough for second at the plate at the moment, behind Whitman. Pelotero is finding her feet here in round one. Christina Mäkelä also produced a national record to get a major medal. It was a silver in Munich behind Irina Bekmambek of Ukraine. Mäkelä, her outdoor season hasn't been as good as that. The indoors was a little bit shaky as well. It's okay for Mäkelä. She gets the green flag. Could put her up in the top 3 or 4 so. Good on the board for Mäkelä, so she's got her run-up nailed down. She's particularly enamoured by her first effort there. 13:38 for Mäkelä puts her in 4th place. There are our standings after 19 events. Italy up top, 13.5-point advantage over Great Britain. And Poland, the host nation, in 3rd, trying to win their 3rd consecutive European Team Championship title. All very much to play for. Still a load of events to go today and tomorrow. So Greece out of the relegation zone for the moment. The Czech Republic, Belgium and Turkey occupying the bottom 3 positions. Norway and Sweden safe for the time being. And every event and every position counts.
So now the women's first heat of the 400 metres hurdles. What to look out for, I think, in this heat? Well, it's very evenly matched. Keep an eye on Julia Korzuch of Poland. Here's Andrea Root. We saw her earlier in the 100 metres hurdles. She's doubling up, and this is her better event. It's a season's best of 57.63. On her inside, Diallo of Portugal, woman who's broken 57 seconds this year for the first time. Korzuch, not make her the slight favourite, but it is a very evenly matched field. This woman could also challenge Camille Seri. Isn't in the best of form at the moment, but again, another woman who's broken 57 seconds this year. And a stalwart of the French relay teams. Carla Garcia, 21 years of age, twice national champion in the 4x400 metres relay. Moa Granit. Well, Granit, European under-20 silver medalist 2 years ago. Again, a little bit out of sorts this year, but perfect opportunity for coming into form. On her inside, Salome Hustler of Switzerland, and then the 18-year-old Musa Gebeci of Turkey in lane 2. So from the inside, it's Gebeci of Turkey, Hustler Switzerland, Granit of Sweden, Garcia Spain, Seri France, Kozuch Poland, Diallo of Portugal, and Ruth of Norway. But the women in 4, 5, 6 and 7, all very evenly matched. Poland looking to get good points to continue their top 3 challenge. And indeed, Kozuch is away quickly. So too Seri in lane 6. So the Frenchwoman doing very well at this stage. On the inside, almost unsighted, it's Gebeci doing well, as you can see from the graphic in the lower left-hand side. And Kozuch, after a good first 100 metres, now starting to struggle. Seri doing well. Diallo having a very good run indeed. This is looking as though she could be challenging a personal best here. Seri now going past the pole and making good ground over the course of the bend as being Moa Granit. No doubt at all, it's Diallo in front now with just one hurdle to go. It's Diallo and that flat street speed, and she's picking it up and she's coming through very well. This is a bit of an upset, but the Portuguese runner has taken almost a second and a half off her personal best, and she can't believe it. But the clock's not lying. 55.57 for Fatoumata Bint Diallo, down from a personal best before starting this race. 56.72, so over a second off Diallo's best. Granit came through over the final 3 barriers to take second place, and Kozuch found something of a second wind down in the home straight, but couldn't close on the 2 women in front of her and took 3rd place.
We'll have to keep an eye on that 55.57 from Diallo as we look towards the final A coming up just after this. It was a good start from Diallo. Pressure on the rest of the athletes. Kozuch, the Polish athlete, you can see just that gap opening up between lane 7 and lane 8 at this very early stage. Fatoumata Bint Diallo had Andrea Ruth of Norway to aim at outside of her, and that was probably a wonderful pacemaker through the first 200 metres, but then Diallo was away. It was a good second place here for Sweden and Moa Granat, but she was ever so close to the hurdles. It was tiring massively down the home straight, the 18-year-old Swedish athlete, and she did very, very well to hold it together, take a narrow victory over fast finishing Kozuch of Poland. Fatoumata Diallo grimacing here as well. When you go that much faster than you've ever gone before, it's going to be painful. Might take some recovery for Fatoumata Diallo. I wonder if we'll see her in the mixed 4x4 that concludes the action tomorrow on the final day here of the European Team Championships. She's that good over the barriers. Might warrant a spot on that team as well.
So Diallo, as you just saw, winning in 55.57, not that far away from the Portuguese record. Second in front of Moa Granit of Sweden, 56.61, and Julia Kozuch of Poland just a few hundredths further back, finishing very quickly.
Tugbah Danishmaz in the women's triple jump here in the opening round. That's a good effort from the Turkish athlete. European Under-23 champion in 2021, all the way to European Indoor Senior champion, home championships in March. Very good on the board from Danishmaz. Season's best of 13.86, but she did do a windy 14.03 in Turku to pick up second place. 13.90 for Danishmaz. So in second place, Sestanaro of Italy. Another Italian athlete doing well. They've had fun here on the back straight. The horizontal jumps, Mattia Filani picking up second already. Sestanaro in the lead. But Danishmaz for Turkey, a team that are down in the relegation zone. It's a very promising position, second at the moment. Alonis Guillaume of France. She's taken her first round effort, 12.79. Moves us background to the top. Actually had fouls from 5 athletes: Lutard, Pise, Ford Wells, Vega and Oscar. Rachel Ombini of Norway. About 13 metres for Bernay here. We have to look at the replay there. It looked good on the runway, good on the board, and something happened in the second or third phase. There's a bit of momentum lost here for the Norwegian athlete. Perhaps a bit of a collapse there on the first stage there, a hop. Some of that speed sort of dissipated, drifted away. It would almost be like a stone skimming across a pond, which is not what I would look like if I did triple jump. It would be much less elegant. So the brilliant inspired win from Diallo for Portugal in the B final for the women's 400 metre hurdles. Here we are with final A. Closely matched in the middle. Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Finland, Belgium and Germany. Ayomide Folorenzo of Italy, national record holder from last summer, 54.34. She's semi-finalist at the World Championships and the European Championships in Munich. Kathleen Peters of the Netherlands, 3-time national champion, new personal best set in Huelva, 54.65. Karolina Krafzik of Germany goes in lane 7. She's got the fastest personal best, set that in Munich in the qualifying rounds. She's also set a 300 metre hurdle personal best this year, so could that convert into a PB over the full distance? An empty lane for Hannah Klaes of Belgium. That's not good for her individually or for their team chances. Viva Leikkonen of Finland goes in lane 5. She's got the fastest season's best, lowered her own national record to win in Huelva. Lena Nielsen won this European Team Championships 2 years ago. She's very open about her struggles with multiple sclerosis and trying to balance that alongside intense training. She's having a good season, 54.96 for Nielsen so far. Dimitra Nafaki of Greece goes in lane 3, 3-time national champion. Final athlete in lane 2, Nikoleta Yakova of the Czech Republic. She hasn't lost a 400 metre hurdle race this season. Yakova. Lane 1 not being used here. A 9-lane track, only 9 lanes to choose from. In an event like not any of the sprints really. Just leaving lane 1 empty. It's a bit easier for the athletes. So the European lead mark there, Femke Bol on the graphic. Of course, Femke Bol broke the championship record over the 400 flat yesterday, choosing to compete in that event rather than this, her 400 hurdles, perhaps a specialist event. So Nielsen in 4, Leikkonen in 5, Krafzik in 7, the fastest athletes on paper here in the A final. 400 metre hurdles for women in Division 1. Krafzik of Germany has got off supremely well, already past Peters of the Netherlands. German athlete setting a marker down here for everyone else to follow. It's a big gap back to Vivi Leikkonen. I think the Finnish athlete might be coming under pressure from Lena Nielsen. Krafzik of Germany striding away with this at the moment. Folorenzo of Italy hasn't seen any athletes yet, but you have a feeling as a stagger unwinds, she might see Krafzik of Germany. These two neck and neck into the home straight. Krafzik just checks her stride ever so slightly into that hurdle. Folorenzo looking smooth. The pair of them over that flight together. Leikkonen is on the charge. Has she left it too late? That's a good final hurdle from Krafzik. She's going to take the win. A maximum points for Germany. Another good performance for Italy. Ayomide Folorenzo coming home in second place. 54.49 at the time on the clock. For Krafzik, that would be a good season's best. A wonderfully executed race. came under a bit of pressure from Folorunsho there at the top of the home straight, but kept her composure, stuck to her stride pattern, and ultimately rewarded with a win there by 0.3 of a second. Folorunsho rewarded with a personal best as well.
Yeah, terrific race from Krafsik, very measured as well. Of course, that gap next to her, but I'm sure she would have been able to focus on her own 400 hurdles in any case. Now, I remember her in tears after Munich, the fact that she didn't finish higher up in that final. So, in some sense, great to see her delighted here at the European Team Championships this year. It was a good battle, though. We saw that Lehe Koinen was closing, thought she might feature a little bit closer up by the finish. It was too far behind when they came down the home straight to make up any kind of gap. I'd say the same of Lena Nielsen of Britain as well. Without Femke Bol, who set a magnificent championship record in the 400 flat, it was a bit more of a wide open race, and as a result, all credit to Krafsik to taking it by the scruff of the neck and making sure that she got what was in the end a fairly comfortable victory and a second one of the competition for Germany.
I see it. You're right, Alex, that's just what I was going to check. I think we got Christine Pudanza, the only other winner so far for Germany. She took the top honours in the women's discus throw. Confirmed results of Final A. Karolina Krafsik with the win. Naomi Folorunsho in second. That mark of 55-57 for Diallo of Portugal. When you compile those results together, puts her in 7th place. So she gets more points for the Portuguese. Full results, Hannah Claes at DNS for Belgium. That's costly.
Yeah, picking up an injury. It's a wonder that maybe Bumko didn't want to do the 400 hurdles as well, you know, anytime.
Get down there, Alex. You haven't done anything yet.
Not Belgium.
Well, there's the team standings after 20 events, and it's still Italy leading the way by 16.5 points, with 233 points from Great Britain, Northern Ireland's 216.5. Germany in 3rd place at the moment, 199.5 points, but 20 points, only 20 points between Germany in 3rd and Portugal in 7th. Czech Republic, Belgium and Turkey in the relegation zone at the moment. As we look at Robert Abanek, for so long a stalwart of the Polish teams, he's in 5th place at the moment. It's a little bit better, I think. It's probably over 61 metres. This is the 3rd round. Daniel Stahl fouled his 2nd round effort. I'll tell you also that Henrik Janssen improved by 5 centimetres. The German stays in 2nd place with 62.16. 61.97 for Abanek. Takes him up into 3rd place, leapfrogging Lawrence Okoye of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
So you're watching live coverage of the European Athletics Team Championships. We've still got the men's 400 metre hurdles and, of course, also on the track the 4x1 relays to come.
Italy's Alessio Manucci. Now, Italy look like they're going to drop points in this competition. Manucci, not the strongest of discus throwers. The best of 62.73, which he did last month. Hasn't got much competitive credentials, hasn't really got much international experience. He's the current Italian discus champion. But Manucci, well, no improvement for Manucci. Just a couple of centimetres improvement. Souza in 7th place at the moment. 58.76. We saw him throw in the first round when he did that 58.76. Not the smoothest of flight for the discus. It's down just shy of the 60-metre mark. Wingspan, but that's foul. Souza stays in 7th place at the moment, so we'll have a few nervous moments. There's men currently still to throw who could overtake him, push him out of the top 8. There's a man who's got no reason to be nervous. He's leading this competition by more than 5 metres, and he spins out again. I think he's just going for the big one, but it didn't happen there. So Daniel Stahl, 67.25. It would be a bit of a surprise if he didn't get all 16 points at this stage in the competition. I think he's just trying to take aim and have a crack at that championship record that we talked about from the 2nd division, Christian Chase, 69.94. So, Rolvink, 2-time national champion for the Dutch. That's out of the sector. So, red flag for Rolvink. And that brings his competition to an end because he's not going to improve on 10th place. Sestinaro in the triple jump.
Still holding a lead in this event with her first round effort of 14.03. Danishmas, her closest competitor, with 13.90. So it's been a very good start from the Italian. Shortening her stride into the board can cause you to lose a bit of momentum, but you do want those last few strides to be the most aggressive, to be the fastest. Very good awareness there from Sestinaro. Good on the board. Some aerial cams here in the Slasky Stadium. It's not a drone, it is attached to a wire, and they sweep across the stadium, giving us wonderful oversight here. Very smooth, very impressive. Sestinaro, input from her coach. Made some minor adjustments here, I think, to her run up, but there's 2 men up there giving instructions at the same time. Let's hope they can coordinate what's going on there. It was 14.09 for Sestinaro, so a small improvement. Evelisa, sorry.
I was going to say an outdoor personal best for the Italian.
Oh, brilliant.
No, an outdoor season's best for the Italian. My apologies.
Evelisa Veiga foul in the first round. She's got a really good personal best of 14.32 from 2019, but it looks like the Portuguese athlete has been focusing more on long jump in the last few years. Good on the board from Veiga, but you can tell she's well below that. 14.32 is phenomenal. I wonder if there are injury issues. This event is so demanding on the joints. You can see there from that slow-mo. It does to your knees and your ankles, and Veiga's probably going, I used to be able to do this like without even thinking about it, and now it feels awkward and clunky. 12.01 a season's best for Veiga. Unsure whether this is perhaps her dipping her toe back into this discipline or just doing her team a favour.
I think it's the latter, because I did see on the original entries and going back a few weeks that Patricia Momona was down to come out here, and Veiga hasn't done this event for a couple of years, and her personal best goes back to 2019. I think she's just helping out the team here, and good luck to her.
Orskag up next on the runway. That was nice. Foul in the first round, and she got the green light this time. Orskag, I mentioned that. Phenomenal 2021. Yeah. 2022 probably was a bit normal for Maja Orskag. To be expected after 4 under 20 medals, all of them gold. Ulskog, she's already exceeded her long jump personal best this season, 6:66. She's just 5 centimetres behind her mark she set in 2021. Taking 3rd place at the moment.
We'll be looking forward to seeing Ulskog at those European Under-23 Championships next month, when there will be live streaming on the European Athletics website via other portals every single minute of those championships.
Maureen Heremans up next, 12:73 in the first round. Looks like it's closer to 13 metres. Kick power through the ground from Heremans. You can see that with every step, you can hear it. You get it right, the power you put down into the track, you're going to get back out. First season over 13 metres for Heremans this season, 13:01. She stays in 12th place by the narrowest of fouls there. So not going to get this jump measure. That's just making sure they're on the same line there and they're going to make any adjustments necessary. So Tukba Danishmaz having a good day so far for Turkey. Second place with 12:90, which is a season's best, surpassing the mark she did in France at the end of May. Seeley is so long there in all the phases in the triple jump. That takes real power and strength to be able to survive such a long stride there. Danishmaz chasing 14 metres and 9 centimetres. That's the same mark as her national record she set in Tallinn a couple of years ago. So it would take to tie with Ottavia Sestanero. And she's gone way better, 14:16, a new national record for Danishmaz. That looks like a look of relief when I'm sure there's some celebration in there as well.
Massive moment for the Turkish team, who find themselves bottom of the standings. They've got another athlete in this who'll hope to get good points in the men's 400 hurdles, in which we start off with this B race, which will be followed, of course, by the A race. As you have got a hang of the pattern by now. Well, in the last few editions of these championships, we've seen the likes of Alessandro Sibilio of Italy win. He'll go in the A race. Patrick Dobek, Poland before that. Daiguin of Britain won 3 of these races. And Carsten Warholm actually holds the championship record, being set in the old second division in 2017. That was one of his breakthrough races. Start on the outside with Manali Goncalves of Portugal, then Holub, the home favourite here, but Poland only a couple of events in which they're not quite strong. Don't forget, they're trying to mount a challenge to hold on to the title overall. Wahlgren of Sweden, 50-11 this month, and then Ismail Nazir, the 20-year-old world junior champion last year in Colombia, 48-84 at best. This is Jesus Delgado of Spain, the Ibero-American 400 hurdles bronze medalist. He's run 50.07 in Andújar this year. And Tuomas Leitonen, who has 2 Finnish titles at the age of 24, 50.53 at best. Dimitras Levantinos, personal best in Vari in Greece this month by 0.3 seconds, 51.19. So the 2 men on the outside in 9 and lane 8, not the strongest. Also Levantinos on Greece right on the inside. You can be sure that they will battle for every single point. It's Delgado of Spain from lane 5 and Nazir of Turkey from lane 6, the 2 that have gone under 50 seconds previously. 48.84 for Nazir, who's still only 20, as I say. So Levantinos, Leitonen, Delgado, Nazir, Wallgren, Holub and Munari Goncalves. So now away from the blocks, and Delgado got a slightly sluggish start there. You can see that Nazir, the black and red of Turkey, has made up really good ground on Wallgren. Portuguese in the green, Munari Goncalves also going well. Another who has gone faster than ever before this year, 51.13. But through the centre now, Nazir from Holub. One more barrier in the way of Ismail Nazir, and this young Turk is putting on a fantastic display. 48.85, so unofficially just 100ths of a second off his lifetime best. I tell you what, if we cast our minds back a minute ago to the women's 400 hurdles B race, quite similar margin of victory for Fatoumata Diallo of Portugal as there was for Nazir of Turkey. Fantastic performance there. That will be a time to watch for the A race in a moment.
Well, I have to say that was a superb run from Nazir of Turkey. Yes, of course, they've got Yasmani Copello also flying the flag in the 400 metres hurdles these days. I think that is probably going to get some very, very good points indeed. Now, you don't see too many B races being won in 48.84. And looking down the list of entrants in the A race, it's a good strong field, but that is a very good time as we watch a replay of the race. And just look at the way, I mean, those final 3 hurdles, he was absolutely flying. He got his stride pattern and his race tactics 100% right. So he's taken apart his personal best.
Yeah, we spoke about this previously. Someone like Yasmani Copello might be the best than you expect. And of course he's going to be there. You know, he is the Turkish 400 metre hurdler. But lots of teams giving opportunities for a variety of reasons to young athletes. And in cases such as this, they are very much taking them.
Well, Nazir, I mean, we've talked often, and I think it's still valuable to talk about it. I hope people are not getting bored with repetition about the European Under-23 Championships. And I've been running the rule, you know, a bit of advanced preparation over those championships. For my mind, this man is a potential gold medalist in Espoo next month. And he's enjoying his moment. Just remember, just turned 20.
And here is the full result. 48.84 given as officially from Holub. So he's gone under 50 seconds for the first time in second.
So we're back in the discus, and it's Sotero, the former European Under-18 reigning Under-20 champion for a couple more months. He's in third place at the moment. So it's still a best of 61.19. He stays in fourth place. But that will see him through to the 6th round. Now, Urbanek. Foul for Urbanek. Still his best, 61.97. Just keeping up Poland's challenge of getting on the podium. Janssen. That's a good effort as well. Might not be quite as far as his second round, 62.16, which sees him in second place at the moment. Pretty much a new face on the international scene. It might be Daniel Jasinski, who of course is a pretty seasoned campaigner, who would be throwing the discus for Germany, but they've opted, as Alex was saying, many countries giving some of their up-and-coming athletes a good chance to have some very, very valuable international experience. So Janssen, 61.62, good effort for Janssen, still in second place with 62.16. And here's the man. That first round, 67.25, he's going for broke. He's 5 metres ahead of the rest. Didn't really happen for Stahl, and I'm guessing he's just walked out as soon as he saw that land. He's unchallenged at the moment. He's got a 5 metre advantage over the rest. The 2021 Olympic champion. He's chasing that championship record, as we've talked about, of nearly 70 metres by Christian Stahl in the Division 2 match on Wednesday. So Manucci of Italy. Well, Italy so far, with just 3 exceptions out of their 20 events, have had all their athletes in 6th place or better. So Manucci will drop points for the Italians here, almost certainly.
Caridi in round 3, the women's triple jump. She's down in 10th place at the moment for Greece. That looks better. The graphics are correct on the screen. She could be close to 13 metres there. Personal best from a couple of years ago, 14.91. So struggling to get quite on terms with that in this season so far. Could improve her season's best of 12.91. Caridi doesn't look too happy there. 12.92, it is an improvement, but that will be the end of the line for Caridi. She won't get 2 more rounds. Only the top 8 are going to progress beyond this round.
So after that excellent performance in the B race by Ismail Nazir, we turn our attention to the A race in the men's 400 metres hurdles. Well, this could be a very exciting race indeed. Well, nearly every race, of course, is at these European Team Championships First Division. Well, we have on the outside the Belgian record holder. Personal best of 48.66 last year when he reduced the Belgian record 3 times. Julian Watrin coming back into form. The former European under-18 champion and a member of the victorious Italian 4x400 metres quartet at this event 2 years ago, Alessandro Sibilio. 2-time World Indoor Championships finalist at 400 metres without the barriers. And Vit Muller. Joshua Abuaku came through strongly. Saw him clock a season's best of 48.67 recently in Geneva. Nick Schmidt, European under-23 silver medalist 4 years ago. Now, Seamus Derbyshire reduced his personal best in Geneva. He's finishing a couple of places behind Abuaku on that occasion 2 weeks ago. Has a best of 49.29, Derbyshire. The experienced Swiss hurdler Danny Brand in lane 3. On the inside, Clement Dukos. Well, just outside his personal best recently. 49.68. But the French struggling. The French down in 10th place in a very unfamiliar position to see this European superpower. So Dukos needs to keep France's points tally rolling along if they're to basically get into the top half of the table. So from the inside, Dukos, Brand, Derbyshire, Schmidt, Abuaku, Muller, Sibilio and Watrin. Well, Sibilio back in form after injury problems in 2022, starting very quickly as well. So too Watrin on the outside. So it's the man in lane 9 and 8 at the moment who are leading the way. Schmidt, the Dutchman, in lane 5, having a good run. We seem to have lost the Germans somewhere. Anyway, Abuaku might have just pulled up. We'll wait and see. But at the moment, it's Sibilio out in lane 8, having a terrific run. Schmidt having a very good run indeed. At this stage, Schmidt might well be on for a personal best. Sibilio, though, looking strong, looking fit. And the Italian is really doing a fine job here of taking maximum points for Italy. 48.15, a championship record. He takes down that august mark of Karsten Warholm from 2017. Well, you can't be unhappy with that, taking down a mark that the Olympic champion and world record holder set. And Sibilio looking as though he's getting in shape very quickly ahead of the World Championships in barely 2 months' time. Some good performances there.
Yeah, it's also over 1.5 seconds faster than when Sibilio won in the same stadium at the same competition 2 years ago. So terrific stuff from the Italian. You can see he's absolutely exhausted lying there on the ground, but Italy just seem to be maximising every event, and no doubt confidence is as a result flowing right the way through their team. Let's have another look at this replay. Sibilio on the blue, or in the blue I should say, one from the outside, and then Schmidt in the centre trying to chase him down. Schmidt, who was in second place but in the old second division 2 years ago, and there is the German. Couldn't do what Carolina Krafzik did in the women's race, making it look very easy. Plenty of clearance off that hurdle. A nice close-up shot. Others battling behind. Watrin, who these days is a key part of Poland's relay quartets, doing well individually, and Seamus Derbyshire, the first major international senior call-up for him, actually beating Watrin in the closing stages to come third for Britain.
Well, I was very impressed with that run from Sibilio, but I've no doubt he's also going to be featuring in the mixed 4x400 metre relay team, which will bring this division to a climax tomorrow evening. But there we have it. Alessandro Sibilio, 48.14. Nick Schmidt second, 48.95. Seamus Derbyshire, 49.51. And that means Ismail Nazir takes 15 points for Turkey after that sparkling run in the B race. There's confirmation. And there's the full results all the way down. Personal best for Christoph Holub, of course, in that B race as well. And a couple of other personal bests. Joshua Abubaku, well, it's not by any means short. What happened to him? He just didn't look as though he pulled anything. He just came off to the side. And the team standings, Italy, after that win, their fifth of the first 2 days, 249 points, 19.5 ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who are still without an individual victory. Poland in third.
Some gaps starting to open up between the top three as well, but just half a point between 13th and 14th.
So Daniel Stuhl in the discus with the competition won. We had an excellent effort while we were eulogising that win of Alessandro Sibilio's in the 400 metres hurdles from Henrik Janssen. 64.09 in the fifth round. So Daniel Stuhl finishes off with a fifth round foul. Now we're into the last four. Yassiel Sotero fourth with 61.19. Sepoye finished 5th with 60.93. I think he'd be a bit disappointed with that. He'd thrown over 66 metres this year. For this young man, he'll be going for a hat-trick of age group titles in Finland next month. There's throwers who seems to want to make a bit of a fashion statement wearing a baseball cap. The discus flies out and his cap flies off.
Good shot.
Yeah.
One extra point. I'll award an extra point for that. I don't know if I have the power, but...
And the bill goes into the Spanish team management, though. Robert Abanek. So a foul for Sotero to complete his series. Robert Abanek, 61.97 in the third round. Not sure that's an improvement. .61.47, half a metre down on his best in this series, but he gets third place, and a good third place indeed for Poland. Now, Henrik Janssen had a very good throw in the previous round, the 5th round, 64.09. Just couldn't contain his momentum. Just touched the top of the rim. So a foul, he's first in this competition for Henrik Janssen, but a good second place. It's a bit slow processing, but you did see the red flag-shaped mark come up. So Daniel Stahl now leading by more than 3 metres. A very comfortable win from Henrik Janssen. Stahl sending the 2 kilogram implement out to 67.25. And he says no, and he makes it 5 fouls in a row. That was a mighty effort. Bang on the 70 metre line. If it was to be measured, we might well have seen that championship record challenged, but at the end of the day, couldn't quite hold it in. And the rules are there. You've got to stay in the circle. It was a superb effort, notwithstanding the fact that he did step out. Congratulations all round. The man who dominated this competition, Daniel Stahl, gets maximum points for Sweden and their first victory. So now, after 22 events, no less than 11 countries have actually got individual victories. Daniel Stahl winning 67.27, Janssen 64.09, and Robert Abanek for the host Poland 61.97. Literally flying the flag for Sweden.
They've normally got an absolutely huge Swedish flag, haven't they, when we go to the championships, and someone forgot to pack that.
We haven't seen too many of the Viking helmets either.
Oh, very disappointing. They clearly weren't backing their athletes. I think there was going to be wins. Right, we're into the fourth round in the women's triple jump. Sucha of the Czech Republic is in 8th, so she goes first. 12.99, her best so far. Very nice on the board there from Sucha. 21 years old. And, we do keep mentioning those age group championships, but I do want to say I think you're right. I said this yesterday. Every established senior European athlete you talk to, they reference the experience they've got from those age group championships, whether it's on the cross country or the track. It really is important to their development, and I think it's a credit to the work that European athletics put in to have those events on, and it just gives our athletes that platform to launch themselves into a successful senior career on the global stage as well. See now, Meikala of Finland is in 7th place. That could be better though. Silver medalist from Munich last season. Just easing her way into this season. She's got her best so far of 13.77 from those Paavo Nurmi games taking part in Finland. .13.68 for Mäkelä. So it's building up a nice series there. She's getting better with every effort. Moves her up into 5th place. It's a centimetre to her and Laskowska of Poland. This woman, Pelotero of Spain, she's in 7th place. She's only 4 centimetres off 4th, and that is the goal in this second half of the women's triple jump competition. Rounds 4 and rounds 5 will include 8 athletes, and then it's slimmed down to 4. And you see some of her teammates there down to support. Pelotero looking for an improvement on 13.67. That looked nice on the board. That may be similar, maybe a very small improvement. She shakes her head. See, is that because it's a red flag? It is for Pelotero. One more chance. She's going to put herself up in those top 4 and get another jump. She has gone over 14 metres in the only competition she's done this year, but it's fine margins of error and improvement when you're coming back from 15 months away from the sport to relearn what your body can do as well after childbirth, what works in training in terms of tapering and loading. Pelotero, 7th place at the moment. Adriana Laskowska of Poland up next. Oof, just overcooking it there a little bit. Her first season over 14 metres, Laskowska. She'd love to hit that mark again here in front of a home crowd. You can see just too much speed there. .11.90. I think if we were in one of the throws, that's the sort of attempt that you'd go and purposely foul and say, please don't put that next to my name. So there we are, 22 of 37 events finished. We've concluded that men's discus, which I think is included in those standings. We've got the women's triple and 2 4x1 relays to go. Italy up top, Great Britain and Poland. And down the bottom, Norway just keeping themselves out of the relegation zone. Greece, Belgium and Turkey down there, but if anything dramatic can happen, it is the relays that often brings that drama. You know, a team that you might expect to score 13, 14 points, a DQ could be chaos for the team standings. Here's the start list for Heat B of the women's 4x100 metres. As with all these track heats, the times from the 2 races will be compiled to give us our overall standings. The Czech Republic go in lane 9. Manisova, Kozachova, Splechnova and Bendova are their quartets. Zahi, Rimlinger, Joseph Leconte are your quartet for the French team. Anastasio Pesidorou, Soplaka and Emanuelidou are your Greek quartet. Switzerland take lane 6, Vice Korda, Faye Bergi. Swiss quartet, which on their day are very, very good. One of the fastest national records in this field. Belgium, Mehus, Denea, Vinke and Vivette will be there for athletes. Jaeger, better known over 400, she was very impressive yesterday, will be the lead-off athlete for this team. Jensen, Asmo and Ronigan, the complete Norwegian quartet. Turkey take lane 3, Kologlu, Ayaz, Osifitsi and Polat. Final quartet down there in lane 2, Tenderud, Lindhell, Henriksson and Sivnet.
estafeta 4 razy 100 metrów pań.
So France in lane 8, the fastest national record, 41.78. Lots of these squads perhaps missing their really top athletes, what they're capable of at their very best. I think a good indication of what any squad from that nation could do to match up against the others. So 8 teams go here in final B of the women's 4x100.
Set.
And they are away cleanly the first time. It's a strong start from Jaeger, the 400 metre specialist. She's doing her best to stay with the other athletes around them. Good start from the Swiss team as well. Did we get a full complement of changeovers? All 8 teams still running here. It looked okay. We had major problems in this second changeover for so many teams in Division 2 and Division 3, and it's the same fate perhaps there for Greece. Just maybe outside the changeover zone, but coming into the home straight, it's Switzerland in the lead at the moment. Technically so good, and they've done it there, well ahead of the yellow tick on the ground. And there's a big sprint on behind. France are on the charge. Greece finishing strongly as well, but it is going to be a win for Switzerland here in final B. 43.4 seconds. Job done for the Swiss quartet. Good second for France. And what an inspired finish there for Emanouli Du of Greece. And I am worried slightly about their second changeover.
Well, the first thing to say is definitely note down the time that we've seen from the B race, because there's some really interesting selections that have been made for these relays and some young athletes brought in. Of course, we know the Swiss quartet, as you mentioned there, you know, with the likes of Kambundji and Del Pont, would be absolutely world class. Another thing you have to bear in mind is that we don't get too many opportunities to run 4x100 metre relay races. But then, one of the opportunities, and it was one where a number of teams ran this year, was just recently in Geneva at one of the best Swiss meetings on the international circuit. So I'm 100% sure that would have been a great opportunity for some of these young women to practice, along with Cora, who's over the years been always a member of their quartets, along with Kambundji and others, but they seem to be very much efficient all the way round. France tried to stretch out some of these changes. They had the experience of Carol Zahi involved, but ultimately just came up a little bit short, over 0.2 of a second between first and second in this, and there could be a few teams slotting in between that when we factor in the times from the A race.
Greece are all right there, I take it back. Peresidou and Sukala getting the job done just before the changeover zone. Couldn't see anything particularly from my judgment here. I'm not a qualified track official, but everything looked pretty good here from the 8 teams. We'll scrutinise the teams and check out how it unfolds, but Switzerland top of the pile at the moment. It was a brilliant finish from Emanouli Du of Greece as well. It's really on the charge there. Fantastic individual performance there to pull her team all the way back into 3rd place. I think while it was a legal second changeover, the Greek athletes lost a bit of ground there, and they've regained it superbly well. Had they been on terms with Switzerland and France, I think Greece might have taken the win there. That's not how it works, doesn't it? You can't just have one good leg, you've got to have 4. Switzerland confirmed there in that photo finish used to separate Greece from Belgium. That's the standings now in Heat B. 43.39 for Switzerland, France 43.62, Greece 43.81, and as you might expect, a whole host of season's bests all the way down. We're into round 5 of the women's triple jump. Sucha finishing with a foul, and she'll stay in 8th place. So each of these athletes have got one more opportunity to put themselves into the top 4, protect that top 4. Mikola was in 7th when we started round 4 with the reshuffle. She's moved herself up to 5th. She's getting better with every jump. The mark for the 4th place with Kira Wittmann, 13.71. So Makela actually only needs 4 more, let's say 4 more centimetres. I don't want to get into the count back. 3 centimetres might do it. It would, because Wittmann's been on a series of fouls.
There are some very, very experienced competitors in this triple jump, including here we're watching the European silver medalist Pelotero, the Olympic bronze medalist, extremely capable of producing a big jump in the last round. It wouldn't be the first time that it happened.
Makela hasn't done it there. 13.60 her 5th round effort. She stays in 5th place. That's a good performance of Finland though. Yeah, Wittmann survives another attack. And the Pelotero of Spain, a dangerous athlete when it comes to unseating the likes of Kira Wittmann, the German, sitting in 4th place. Pelotero, 2 fouls. She's been jumping okay though. They've been good fouls. Moved far, not massively over the board. Pelotero, she can get this right here and find herself another 4 centimetres. That could be enough to get another jump in a 6th round effort. Pelotero, I think she was over the board there. I think she knew that as well. You could see the frustration come in. But I've said it a few times, Anna Pelotero on the return from childbirth. It's great to see her here representing her country. She can continue the momentum as we look towards Budapest. Oh, it was good on the board, okay. So Pelotero there perhaps just gave it too much, and your timing's got to be absolutely perfect. We've measured at 13 metres and 5 centimetres for Pelotero, but 7th place. She won't get that 1 more jump. I bet she wants to jump under protest. You know, some of the sprinters just run under protest. She's like, come on, just let me have another jump.
Okay, watch these relays closely now. So women's A race and then men's B and A will conclude tonight's session. Some very interesting selections. We'll take you through it as we put faces to the names of the athletes in just a moment's time. 43.3 for the Swiss quartet as well. Hope you've noted down that time. We certainly have. Okay, so Italy on the outside here. They've got Cardari, the European under-23 200 champion, and Vittoria Fontana on the last leg, European under-20 winner 4 years ago. Germany, the European senior champions, and Maya is the one of that quartet who is also here today. So no Junior Lukenkemper, the individual champion in Munich. Dutch quartet includes Lieke Klaver, European indoors and out 4x400 gold medalist. Great Britain have gone with what's effectively an under-23 team. So really interesting young talents here. Cassian Pemberton will lead them off. Amy Hunt, 4th fastest all-time GB 200 runner, will follow her. The 100 winner here was Eva Swoboda, and she'll bring Poland home. And then, once again, exciting young talents for Spain. Marco Garcia, Paula Sevilla and Yal Bestway, who was also very strong individually. Poland, led up by the 40-year-old Lauren Bazzolo, to Gandula, Santos and Silva. And then Finland with Pursiainen, Pulkkinen, Kortetmaa, and the European indoor 60-metre silver medalist from 2 years ago, Lotta Kempinen. Well, you might say it's interesting that Switzerland and France were in the B race, but let's just remind you that it's all based on times. Producing that aggregate result, 16 points for first, all the way down to 1 point. And that's if everyone finishes. So Finland, Portugal, Spain, Poland, Britain, Netherlands, Germany and Italy. The A race of the women's 4x100 metres relay.
set.
Well, it's going to be an almighty second leg when you consider you've got Lika Klaver, Lisa Meyer, Dalia Kadadi and Amy Hunt all involved. Decent set of changeovers so far. And there is Lika Klaver in the orange and blue of the Netherlands, powering through. She gets the baton over to the very experienced Jamile Samuel. Just leading Germany here. Netherlands, good final changeover. Look at this margin that Eva Svoboda has to try and chase down now. The Netherlands come through so strongly in 42.62 seconds. And Italy well back.
Didn't get the second change over Italy. It just didn't happen. It was textbook off the Netherlands. It was an interesting question in the press conference for Lika Klaver. What's more important, the relays or the, probably directed more at the long relay, the mixed 4x4 and the 4x4. Lika Klaver just sort of said, it is important to us, but our ethos is the better you can become as an individual, the better our relays are going to be. So we focus on our individual performances and hope that yields these fantastic relay performances. But I think she's fibbing because they've been doing their practice. That was perfect off the Norwegian team. The Dutch team. And when you're better than when the team is better than what you look like as individuals, that's down to tactical and technical expertise.
Yeah, it was phenomenal, and you had a teenager like Nketiah Sado and Jamile Samuel, who's been part of so many Dutch relay quartets over the years, and Lika Klaver. This isn't really her main relay, is it? The 4x4, perhaps because of Femke Bol. Maybe it's just the fact that we've seen them together as a partnership in 4x4 races. But Klaver, I know you said in the past, Hannah, that she enjoys the 200 a lot, doesn't she? She brought that great bone running experience. As predicted, that second leg did kind of become crucial. In any case, Netherlands had a big margin by the end.
So here we look at the replay, and it was the Netherlands who were out extremely quickly from the outset. A terrific first leg from Nketiah Sado. And clearly, despite the fact that Lika Klaver isn't traditionally a 4x100 metre quartet runner, good handovers. They've obviously been practicing. Klaver, of course, comfortable running with a baton in her hand from 4x400 metre races. Now let's look at this second changeover between Kadri and Bongiorni. Bongiorni comes to a standstill. The baton goes flying. They don't know where it is. But nothing is stopping the Netherlands at this stage, and it's really just a battle for second place between Poland and Germany. That is really slick stuff from the Dutch. Jamile Samuel to Tassa Gia. Gia powering away, looking very comfortable indeed. And a nice anchor leg from Gia. Poland do start putting some distance between themselves, with the Spaniards coming through for third. And an excellent last leg from João Bestúi as well to bring Spain through from third. Italy did eventually finish. They did eventually get the baton round. But we'll wait and see whether they did so within the rules of the sport. I think there might be some examination of where the baton went. They need to stay within their lane.
Yeah, so this is the result as they came across the line, certainly. Netherlands from Poland, from Spain, and then Britain and Germany. And it's these countries really who've been battling overall in the top five. So let's have a look here. This is race B.
I was going to say Norway, but it's not. They've highlighted Sweden here. I think Norway were very close to the changeover mark, but Sweden quite out of it and really impeding the Turkish team as well.
Just wondering whether we're going to get a couple of reruns tomorrow like we did in one of the other divisions, Division 2.
Look at, they've highlighted Norway, but Sweden as well. Look, both of those over the line before they've exchanged the barrier. Right, that will all get looked at, I'm sure. Final four in the women's triple jump. Kira Wittmann has had a good day here. Good points for her. and Germany 7th at the European Indoor Championships, now 4th here at the European Team Championships. The 22-year-old making great progress in her career. That final jump, 13.31, it won't improve, and 13.71 stays the best in the first round, but she put that out there and left it for the rest of the athletes to shoot at, and no one had an answer. Kira Wittmann made it here to the 6th round.
So 13.31 for Wittmann of Germany, confirmed in 4th, points for the German side in the bank.
Maja Åskog of Sweden is in 3rd place, 13.88 for the under-20 superstar. That looked over the board. To me, it's a nice jump, but I think it's going to get a red flag. He's staring down there. I hope I'm wrong. No, it is. It is a red flag, and you can see the frustration there for athlete and coach. And when you look in the sand, I think that's very nice. But Åskog, I'm not sure what's been going on. She had a phenomenal 2021, and last year just didn't look right for Åskog. It wasn't the result you'd expect from her from the year before, but she does look really like she's back on track this year. That wasn't a huge foul either from Åskog, so we'll keep our eyes peeled for the young Swede. These under-23 championships in Espoo, and on to Budapest as well as she starts her senior career.
Yannick Chugaro, her coach, looking reasonably satisfied, I'd say, although he does tend to sort of be very much a man who unpacks just every single little detail of a jumper's technique. Sestanaro now, the Italian, on the run-up.
Sestanaro having a good competition so far. She's jumped a big season's best, gone over 14 metres so far this season. She's gone all the way to 14.09. Very tight here at the top between Sestanaro and Danishmas. I don't think Sestanaro is going to exceed her 14.09 here. It's been a good 12 months of European jumping for Ottavia Sestanaro, 10th at the European Outdoors in Munich. Look at this, look at them living every hop, step and jump there. I love that. That's like a tennis crowd when they watch the ball go side to side. They all just slightly living the hop, step and jump. But 13.87 for Sestanaro. She stays in 2nd place. Showing optimum sportsmanship here. Cheering on Tugba Danishmas, the new national record holder from Turkey, 14.16. It's a new record. Not a new person holding the record. It's Tugba Danishmas. Has been the best jumper, triple jumper in Turkey for a good few years now. Mastered the age group levels, and she's making it look like a smooth transition into the senior ranks as well. Backing up her win at the European Indoor Championships with a win here at the European Team Championships and some much needed maximum points for Turkey. Another good showing for the Italians though. That's going to do their team total a lot of good. Hugs all round for the Turkish coaching team and supporters. There's the confirmed result of the women's triple jump. Tugba Danishmas, national record 14.16. Ottavia Sestanaro, 2nd, 14.09 for Italy. And Maja Åskog of Sweden, the 20-year-old, taking 3rd place with 13.88.
Well, there's the results of the 4x100 metres, and that takes into account all the teams. Just looking down though, we're just waiting to see whether the Swedes or indeed the Norwegians were disqualified. No doubt at all it was the Dutch, and indeed both Sweden, Norwegian and Great Britain and Northern Ireland were all disqualified. So only 12 teams taking points. I think Italy, much to their own surprise, will take 5 points out of that.
A lot of disqualifications down there. I think, I don't know if we'll get replays for all of them, but Norway and Sweden, for me, it was the final leg. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, they were very close on the first changeover. I thought it was okay, but a lot to unpick there.
Yes, I'd like to have a look at that Great Britain, Northern Ireland. disqualification.
Okay, I think it's there. Oh, we're looking at Finland on this one. It's too much to take in here. I think that might be where Great Britain and Northern Ireland come unstuck as well.
Passing out of the zone for the Finns. And once again, outside the takeover zone. You've got it written in, well, blue and white, I'd say. Not just black and white, blue and white, thanks to our captions generator. Well, after the drama of the women's 4x100 metres, we move on to the men's with the penultimate race on the track this evening. This is the men's 4x100 metres relay. So on the outside, it's the Greek quartet of Brontinos, Gouvalidis, the hurdler, Kanetsotis, and Ifantopoulos. On their inside, but on paper, it's a good French quartet of Rigo, Arias, Zeze, and the former European 100 metres record holder, Jimmy Baku. Turkey, and Ozkan, Ozer, Altintas, and on the last leg, Ramil Guliev. Czech Republic, Stromsik, Kaleba, Jiric, and Polak. Switzerland, the experienced lead-off runner Pascal Mancini, handing over to Mumenthaler, Svensson and Guntert. In lane 4, the Belgian quartet of Vermeulen, Schneiders, Pacqua and Fleming. Sweden hoping not to befall the fate of their female counterparts. Sirenion, Rogo, Eriksson and Phil. And on the inside, Norway, the versatile Sondre Skottheim leads off. Vowler, Johansson and Ingarn Folsen follow in his footsteps. Championship record 38.08. That has stood since 2017 to Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and they'll be in the following heat. But this is, as we look down on the Slaski Stadium, Heat B of the men's 4x100 metres. From the inside, as they go to their marks, Norway, Sweden, Belgium, Switzerland, Czech Republic, Turkey, France, and on the outside, Greece. And indeed, as expected, France away quickly with Dylan Rigo. Also running well, Pascal Mancini of Switzerland. Switzerland doing well. France, good change over there from Rigo to Arias. Arias shouting at Ryan Zeze, getting him going. But that was a clean changeover, I think, for the French. Never quite know until the replays. Oh, it is. Oh, the Swiss were doing so well, but calamity for the Swiss. And it's left Jimmy Baku with very little trouble to bring home France in front in that first heat of the men's 4x100 metres. Baku still running well. Former European record holder at 9.86. Well, the Swiss were challenging there, but it all went horribly wrong in that last changeover between Felix Svensson and Enrico Gunther. Guliev brings Turkey through for second place. They were a little bit of a margin in arrears of the French, who were very comfortable, quite slick with their changeovers. To say, Arias and Zeze ran two very good legs. Second and third legs gave Jimmy Baku a relatively comfortable task of bringing home the French in first place. Switzerland did eventually get the baton round after that disaster on the last handover, but we'll see whether they actually managed to pass the baton in the takeover zone, as we saw in the women's races. Well, the judges are looking at the races very carefully, and I wouldn't be at all surprised perhaps to see disqualifications, and maybe it's going to be the Swiss who are going to suffer that fate.
I think slick's the right word, Phil, when you look at that French team. It was very controlled. They were getting soundly beaten by Switzerland. I think Switzerland were putting together a technically brilliant race, and then it did just all go wrong on the final changeover for Switzerland. I was watching closely, and to me, everything looked very good for the other squads. You can see Switzerland making a slick changeover there. Belgium very quick on their first leg as well. All right, that's safe hands there for Turkey. You don't usually see the incoming runner having to use both hands, but Özkan did a very good job now. Look at the Swiss team, they're miles past the changeover. Just have a look. The outgoing runner probably just started off too early because he wasn't going that fast. You know, it looked like he was aware he needed to wait for the baton, but if you go before your mark, you're giving the incoming runner just an impossible task.
I think the judges are going to look at that Swiss last changeover, because I don't think that happened outside the takeover zone. I could be proven to be wrong. And the Turks, well, I have to say, if the Turks had actually practiced their handovers, they had a great first leg. I didn't really commentate on it because I was watching closely the French and the Swiss. But Özkan had a very good first leg for the Turks. Huliev obviously finished really fast, but the Turkish baton changing was remedial at best, I think.
And off that wonderful silver medal in Munich, you would have expected more from the Turkish squad. And they had that dramatic rerun all on their own. They got one last chance to get themselves into that final. They made it in, and they were rewarded with a silver medal. But the French team is getting it right. And I think some nations, they might use this as an opportunity to refine their relay technique. It's not many opportunities you get to do a relay. Sander Skotine just here again. Oh no, did they get disqualified already? That's a very quick adjustment there by the officials. But France, for the moment, 38.51. That is the mark we will look to when we look towards Heat A, see how that stands up. Turkey, 38.96, and it's season's best all the way down.
And those two disqualifications for the Norwegian teams puts them down into the relegation zone. But at the top of the standings, after the women's 4x4, Italy, 279 points, 31.5 points ahead of Poland. Great Britain, Northern Ireland dropped down after that disqualification into third place, and it's a real battle for second, third and fourth between Poland, Great Britain and Germany. At the bottom, that disqualification for Norway sends them down into the bottom three, and obviously they're not going to get any points from the men's 4x100 either. So Greece and Czech Republic extricate them out of the relegation zone.
With just one race left to go here, the men's 4x100 Heat A. This will conclude the second day of action here in Division 1 of the European Team Championships. So there's a few more points to be added to that overall team standings, but as we cast our eye back over what's been a great week of action, I can't help but remember Slovenia and Lithuania making up some 36 points to get that third place by just half a point. So it looks like Italy in a good position as we head towards the end of day two. But if we've got anything to learn from the rest of the week, that's not actually that big a margin for the other nations.
No, not at all. And the race for the other places on the podium behind them, really exciting as well. Poland in second place, just 4 points ahead of Britain, and then another 3 points further back Germany. And I wouldn't even count out the real surprise package of this championships, the Dutch. Have a look again at some of the changeovers going on there in the first race. That's the Norwegians, and yes, on the replay, clearly outside of the takeover zone. Although we do understand that the Norwegians are protesting it, and there will be a re-examination of the film. So we may be coming back to you with some revised results tomorrow afternoon at the start of day 3. But for the moment, the Norwegians are disqualified. As we move on to the final race on the track this afternoon.
I do love me a 4x1. There's always drama, there's always action. And we did see a crucial rerun for the Estonian women in Division 3. They ended up with Division 2. They ended up with some great points, avoided relegation, and that was a key part of that. Some strong teams down here. We'll have to see how they navigate the lap with the baton. Monet, Lopez, Montalvo, and Cane are your Spanish quartets. Lane 8, Germany. Julian Wagner will be their leader runner from Schulte, Hartmann and Wolf. Italy go in lane 7. Pata, the individual winner, Ceccarelli, Ricci and Tortu. Can they make up the disqualification in the heats in Munich at the European Outdoor Championships last year? Great Britain won the gold medal in Munich. They come here to try and defend a European team title. Azu, Brombury, Kilty and Ramden. From Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The Netherlands go in lane 5. It was a clean run from their women. It was very impressive. What could the men do? Mo, Ajok, Burnett, Paulina and Buju, their quartets. The home nation, Poland, draw lane 4. Suda, Słowikowski, Zok and Kopecz. Finland take lane 3. Samuelson, Iluka, Saarinen and Orn. Final team in lane 2, led off by Carlos Nascimento, Gabriel Mayer, Delvis Santos and Andre Prazeres. Winning time for that French quartet in the first round, 38.51. Championship record, 38.08. Held by Great Britain and Northern Ireland. They go in lane 6. Your full lineup: Portugal in 2, Finland in 3, Poland in 4, the Netherlands in 5, Great Britain and Northern Ireland in 6, Italy in 7, Germany in 8, and Spain in lane 9. And they're away. Italy, of course, the reigning Olympic champions, the reigning European champions inside of them. There's not much to choose between those two squads at the moment. The changeovers look good for Britain and for Italy. Ceccarelli with a long second leg, the Italian team using all of his strength and speed. That was a messy changeover, but I think it was within the zone. Great Britain given the lead at the moment. It's a strong run from Germany as Hartmann hands off to Wolf at the same time as Kilty hands to Ramden. Tommy Ramden for Great Britain and Northern Ireland trying to bring it home, but there's pressure from Yannick Wolf. Yannick Wolf is going to get the win. 38-34 for the German quartet. Just a tiny bit ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It was an inspired finish from Filippo Tortu of Italy. Not enough to take the win. Put themselves up here with the very best in Europe. That was well executed from Germany. They weren't up there necessarily in the first couple of rounds. It must have been a great bend from Joshua Hartmann. And the Finnish team must have had their own problems that I didn't see when I was focusing on the German, British and the Italians. And they have crossed the line with the baton. And I'm sure that doesn't tell the whole story.
A number of stories within that race. I mean, yeah, Germany, a 4x1 quartet, another who disappointed on home soil in Munich last year. Devastating for them, coming out on top. But why weren't Italy just that little bit higher with the likes of Filippo Tortu, Lorenzo Pata and Samuele Ceccarelli, the one who's really broken through this year? So we see Finland, just like they did in the women's race, dropping the baton early. Came through and finished in the end, but we'll see whether their time stands to at least get them some sort of score. No surprise to see the Germans delighted, but once again, as we always should say in a relay, they were first across the line. It's an unofficial result for now. The Heat B has come through officially, unless there are protests overturned with Norway disqualified, as we saw. But exciting to have that narrative with the battle between Britain and Italy as it was to the line in the Olympic Games. Jeremiah Azu, who's still so young but has established himself as a great lead-off runner for Britain. Richard Kilty, of course, the man with all the experience. Let's have a look here. Britain, Italy, Germany.
And that was just messy for me, Ceccarello to Ritchie. I think that's where they lost a lot of their time. You do need slick changeovers if you're going to stay on terms with other teams. In Germany, they're so good technically when they get it right. We saw that on the women's side in Munich. They took the gold medal there by the smallest of margins, and so they do have sort of technical coaching in their stable to produce a result like that. Similar to the women's team from the Netherlands, it's good. You've not got the superstars on the list there. You've not got the Ceccarellis, the Jeremiah Azus, the individual medalists at a European level. But what they maybe lack is sort of individual stardom. It does not matter in a relay. And the Dutch women and the German men showing you that it's all about technique and slick changeovers.
Yeah, but I still thought that Yannick Wolf might be caught on that last leg, but maybe doing him a disservice because he has improved his lifetime best to 10.16 only a week ago.
The way that Filippo Torto was finishing, though, if he could have been put in a competitive position with those changeovers, the story might just have been a little bit different. And of course, with Italy, the reason why they're just a little bit further back can be said in 3 words. Yeah, Lamont Marcel Jacobs, no Olympic champion. Makes them a little bit more beatable.
Does make them vulnerable. So Germany, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Italy will take the share of the points. And you can see a good run from the French there, and that's pushed them up into 4th place, so 38.51. Brilliant run they had there, very slick. Turkish athletes as well, they got themselves from final B all the way up into 8th place overall when you compile the 2 races. As it stands at the moment, just 2 disqualifications, Norway and Finland in the men's 4x100 relay.
So that brings to a close the action here with one more day to come, and it will start local time 3:25. It's time to look at the standings as they are after 25 out of 37 events. Italy still leading from Great Britain, very, very close though, 2nd and 3rd, and indeed Germany 1 point behind. So that is so nicely poised heading into the final day of the European Athletics Team Championships. Let's have a look at the other end. So Greece are further ahead of the bottom 3 than they were previously. Czechia were in those bottom spots at one point. Some good results of them. They pulled them out. A couple of injuries meant Belgium have suffered a little. So, yes, 3:25 local time tomorrow. We'll have events including the javelin, both genders to start us off, high jump, 200 metres, finishing with the mixed 4x4. So for myself, Alex Seftel, co-commentators Hannah England and Phil Minchell, thanks very much for joining. Dziękuję, and we'll see you tomorrow.
You're listening to the live audio stream from European Athletics. This weekend we're covering the action in Division 1 at the European Team Championships in Poland. You can watch replays on allathletics.tv and see results and analysis on the European Athletics website. I'm an AI representation of commentator Hannah England with a review of the action from the second day of Division 1 competition. This review is pulled from our live blog, which you can find on the European Athletics website. First on the track was the men's 110-metre hurdles, where Switzerland's European indoor champion Jason Joseph took a championship record of 13:12.
Jason, Switzerland is now halfway the league table. Did you have that in mind when you were in the starting blocks?
Not really. I had it in mind in the car room because I knew I wanted to get those 16 points. I wanted to, make sure that Switzerland doesn't, lose any points. But going into the blocks, I just knew it, I had to do my job.
Set a new championship record. Yeah. Did that cross your mind when you were just coming down the finish line? It seemed quite an easy race for you with no opponents close to you.
Well, actually, I was trying to PB today because I knew the track is fast. Weather is all right. The wind is good. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but happy with the championship record.
You seem to be coming from strength to strength. Obviously, huge aspirations for Budapest. What would you like to achieve there?
I'm trying to break that 13-second barrier. It's a tough one, but we're on it.
In the women's high hurdles, Pia Skrzydłowska claimed another win for the home team. She's one of the stars of Polish athletics, and she delivered on the track on Saturday. Skrzydłowska started well, but was put under serious pressure by Visser and France's Letitia Baptiste in the second half of the race. It looked like she might just miss out, but she held on strongly in the final 30 metres to take the win in a European under-23 leading time. A stunning performance, given that she's recovering from injury.
I have a serious injury on my hamstring. I'm running off my maximum speed for a month and a half. So I guess that my shape is really good at the moment, and I still won European Team Championships. That was the plan. I won 60 points for the team. I'm really happy, and actually I didn't know that this is lead of under 23, but I think Ditaji was 78 before me, now I remember. But yeah, this is great, and I won on my home soil, so I'm really happy about that.
There were more points for Poland to come. As expected, in the men's hammer, it was their Olympic champion, Wojciech Nowicki, who came out on top with his third round effort of 79.61.
For me, it's great because it's many points for my team. I'm happy it was stable throwing, but now I don't have too much feeling hammer, but I hope for World Championship will be good.
Your first throw would have been enough to win this competition here today. Did you have that in mind for the rest of the attempt?
I want to, after first attempt, I want to throw farther, and I made it. So it looks good, but without feeling, it's difficult to throw over 80 meters.
This is a review of the action from Division 1 at the European Athletics Team Championships. It was a big jump for Miltiadis Tentoglou in the final round of the men's long jump, just shy of his own championship record of 8:38. The Greek Olympic champion had already won it and delivered his best with the pressure off.
I think my season is going great. The training never stops. I'm still not in a position to jump very big jumps, but today with this jump 8:34 with minus 1.3 negative wind, I'm very happy. It's going even better than I expected. So in like 60 days, I don't know how many days is the World Championships, I will be even more ready. It's way too far. It's too soon now for me.
It was a commanding gun-to-tape victory for Audrey Werrow of Switzerland in the women's 800 metres A heat. The 19-year-old won silver at the 2022 World Athletics Under-20 Championships and gold at the Tallinn 2021 European Athletics Under-20s. And just a week ago today, she ran a world under-20 record of 2:34.89 for 1,000 metres in Nice.
I was a little bit more confident because last week I ran the world record, so I was confident for this race, and it was a really good race for me. And I'm still young, so I don't want to go too fast, and I take time for every event, and I feel relaxed.
Spain's Mo Katir won the 1500 metres in a championship record. He left it a bit to chance, but the Spaniard, who also has an exceptionally fast 5,000 metres to his name, backed his finish and held on to win it in a championship record of 3:36.95. He won a great bronze medal in the World Athletics Championships last year, as well as a silver in the European Athletics Championships, and went one better today to take maximum points for Spain. Meanwhile, it was maximum points for the European champion indoor and out, Finland's Wilma Murto in the women's pole vault.
You are the reigning European champion from Munich last year. You are here competing for Finland. It's not the first time, but you are competing here for the team. Yeah. How different is that? How do you face this format?
It's fun. It gives it a new element, and also like you want to jump good for yourself, but you want to perform well for your team as well and get the points in. I had a tough spot around 450, and I was like, I want more points for my team. That was another thing that pushed me forward today.
Germany's Carolina Krafzik won the women's 400-metre hurdles in a season's best. The primary school teacher came under pressure from Ayomide Folorunso of Italy in the home straight, but held on to take the win.
I have a good race, and so I'm super happy about my race, but also be the best of the Team Germany and go for the points. And yeah, tomorrow it's really time, so I hope we can also get some points for Germany.
Femke Bol is the championship record holder in this event, but with her focusing on yesterday's 400 metres, her teammate Kathleen Peters competed here and did a fine job, taking third for Netherlands. It was a European under-23 lead for Eliane Wekemans of Belgium in fourth. She'll no doubt be a contender at the European Athletics Under-23 Championships in Espoo next month. An impressive run in the men's 400 hurdles from Alessandro Sibilio gave Italy another victory of these championships. And the Tallinn 2021 European Under-23 champion took down none other than Karsten Warholm's championship record. His reaction was, understated, in the mix zone.
I expect maybe a sub 48, but I don't know, today the condition is worse than yesterday. We have 20 degrees, so a little bit cold, but I'm happy after my last season that I had an injury. And I've been through a difficult moment, so I'm very happy. And I bring 60 points to my team, so it's perfect.
The previous championship record belonged to Karsten Warholm, which is huge. Yeah. How does this set you up now for the summer?
I don't know. I think that the 400 hurdles is now the best specialty in athletics. There are three of the best time ever, like Karsten, Alison and Rai, but I want to stay with them, and I have to improve myself to stay with us.
Tokyo Olympic champion Daniel Stahl claimed 16 points for Sweden in the men's discus. He had 5 fouls, but his first and only throw of 67 metres and 25 was good enough for the win.
First of all, Team European Championships is a lot of fun. You know, you have your team and then you're getting points, and it is amazing. We have a great atmosphere in the Swedish team, so it's a lot of fun. But today's competition for me, it wasn't easy first throw, but then I lost the rhythm and I tried too hard and I was jumping, but then my last throw I was a little bit sad that I fouled, so it will come.
There was a huge moment for Turkey in the women's triple jump as Tugba Danışmaz leapt to a national record of 14 metres 16 to top the leaderboard after just the second round. She won an emotional gold medal at the European Athletics Indoor Championships in March, just weeks after her country suffered that devastating series of earthquakes. It was the Netherlands with the win in the women's 4x100 metres relay, with the likes of Lieke Klever on the second leg. Eva Svoboda anchored the home team to second. Italy had some serious issues on their second changeover and came home 8th.
Ladies, European leads time. How special is that to do that in a team event?
Very special, because athletics is like an individual sport, but it's nice to come together and do this with the team. Very special.
Lieke, you running a much shorter distance than your normal 400. How are you enjoying it? How did you face this event?
Well, it's really different than 4x4. Also, the girls are very different than the 4x4 girls, and I loved it to be in here. Yes.
Jamil, you're more experienced in the 100. How different was it to run here for the team as Team Netherlands and contributing to the overall team points than just doing the normal relay at a World or European Championships?
Oh, it's extra special because you do it together. So you are with a big team. Everybody's doing their best to get the most points. So that gives just an extra special vibe, I guess. Yeah.
You were the last one, yeah, and tell us your emotion. That emotion that we could see from here, when you crossed the finish line. What was going through your mind?
Ice cream. We were promised if we would run in the 42.6 that we would get ice cream for our coach. So, no, we're very happy to run under 43 finally. And the exchanges were just so much smoother than the last few competitions. So I was happy, yeah.
Rounding out the action on the track, it was a strong run from Germany, who won the men's 4x100 metres in 38.44, just ahead of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Guys, another win for Germany. How important are these 16 points?
Very important because we haven't caught that many points in the last 2 days, so it's very important for the team and we are proud that we made it.
So, as we head into the final day of the Silesia 2023 European Athletics Team Championships, Italy have extended their lead further at the top of the Division 1 table. But there's a real battle forming between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Poland and Germany for third place, with just 2 points separating those three teams. And the relay drama has changed things up at the other end of the table, with Belgium, Turkey and Norway now occupying the bottom 3 places. Plenty to play for in the final session, which